Mr. Johnson, representing the State Superintendent of Public Instruction.
Here.
Ms. Bradford.
Here.
Mr. Ruffino, representing the State Treasurer.
Present.
And Ms. Whitaker, representing the Director of Finance.
Here.
Jennifer, we have Ms. Yamamoto is a member of this committee as well. I know.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Her name was not reflected. And Ms. Yamamoto?
Here.
Thank you. Sorry.
Thank you very much. All right, thank you. So first order of business is approval of the committee agenda. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Okay, motion by Ms. Yamamoto, second by
Second.
Mr. Johnson. Without objection, or do we need a roll call?
Your pleasure.
Okay, without objection, the agenda is approved. Next action item is approval of the minutes of July 7th. This is a consent item. Any objection to adopting the minutes? Okay, seeing none, those minutes are approved. Item number 3 is an informational item on consent. This is 2022 Audit Services Audit Plan Progress Report. Any discussion on this item? Okay, seeing none, we will take that report, accept that report. And then our first action item is item 4A. And this is the item, the basic financial statements and the required supplementary information and other supplementary information for the fiscal year ending June 30th, 2022. And we have the Crow team here, but Cheryl, I think I'll turn it to you to introduce the item first.
Great. Thank you. So as Chair Yee mentioned, this is an audit of our basic financial statements and other pension information for the year ended June 30, 2022. So management is responsible for preparing these reports, and then the external auditor, Crow, the independent auditor of the board, then plans and performs an audit to express an opinion as to whether these reports are fairly stated in all material respects. So we have representatives from the Crow team to present their audit results to you, and I'm going to hand it over to Kevin, and he will introduce him and his team for the presentation.
Very well, thank you.
Thank you for the opportunity to be here today. Always a little more nerve-wracking when you're third and three-dimensional versus on screen, so hopefully you'll bear with me. With me today, I have Cassandra Taylor, who is a senior manager within our IT group, and Hamza Katan, who's a manager within our financial statement audit group. Both of them integral parts of the team, and will be taking care of part of the presentation. Today, we're going to introduce yourself to us, as well as in section 2, talk about the financial statement audit, the basic financial statements, then talk about the other pension information, and then most importantly, open it up to any questions that you guys might have as it relates to the conduct of the audit. Briefly introduce you to Cassandra and Hamza. Jen sends her regrets. She came down with COVID this past weekend, so not here today, thankfully for us, but she was an integral part of the team, and we wouldn't be sitting here today without Jen's efforts throughout the engagement. Fiscal year 21 and 22 challenges. I'd like to say this year was an anomaly, but it was really an extension of the last 3 years. Continued market volatility, COVID continuing. We performed what we would say was almost a hybrid audit. We brought our team together in our Sacramento office, but we didn't come here on site. We're really working closely with management to understand when we can be back into the building and really believe that at some point in time we'll be back to a hybrid approach. With that said, we believe it was a very effective and efficient audit. Your management team responded to thousands of requests, provided vast levels of information. Otherwise, we wouldn't be standing here today in early November talking about the results of the June 30th audit. So with that said, and I'm one to never try to bury the news under the fold, and everything that you'll hear in the upcoming slides, very good audit. We've issued an unmodified opinion upon the financial statements, which is the highest level of assurance that we can provide. You're not going to hear about any material weaknesses or significant deficiencies or audit differences. This was a very effective and clean engagement, and it really speaks to the level of controls that have been built into place within the system, as well as the strength of your financial and accounting, as well as investment reporting team. We'll very quickly go through the basic financial statements, and Hamza and Cassandra are going to take that. The independent auditor's report, just at a very high level, might be the only thing that you see different from previous years, and that's really related to a change in the statements on auditing standards as promulgated by the AICPA, or the American Institute of Certified Public Accountants. Did not change the opinion or the level of assurance we're providing, just really rearranged some things to make it kind of more obvious what the auditors were trying to say, and Hamza will walk through several items of that.
Thank you. So high level, this kind of outlines our deliverables, starting with the independent auditor's report, our required communications to those charged with governance, being you, and our report on internal controls over financial reporting. As Kevin had mentioned, the independent auditor's report, the format changed, however, the content did not change. So we'll start off with the main purpose of the independent auditor's report, which is our opinion, stating that we have issued an unmodified opinion, meaning we're opining that the financial statements as presented are fairly presented in all material respects. So clean audit. The next item are the emphasis of matters paragraphs. These are really just to draw the reader's attentions to what we think are critical items, starting with the net pension liability. The liability itself is sensitive to underlying assumptions, which are kind of outlined in note 3. And we feel that this is kind of key for the user of the financial to kind of understand that there are assumptions that go within there, and it is an estimate. Same thing with the fair value of investments, specifically the alternative investments. A lot of them are subject to information obtained by third parties and are not what we'd call readily available values. So management has a robust process to obtain the information, apply some estimates, and kind of come up with those values. And that entire amount is sensitive to those estimates and that third-party information. Next is the management responsibilities found in the internal auditor's report. Management is responsible for preparing the financial statements and creating a system of internal controls and designing that control. Our responsibility really is only to audit that and obtain an understanding of the internal control environment and audit under the generally accepted auditing standards as well as the generally accepted government auditing standards. Moving into the required communications letter, also known as the SAS 114. Similar to the auditor's report, it highlights our responsibilities under GAS and GAGAS, and also kind of does speak to the critical items that I had mentioned before. It references the plan, scope, and timing of the audit, which was communicated I believe in March to you. But kind of moving back into the pension liability and the valuation of those assets. Those are critical items, so they are highlighted again in this letter to you. Further down in the letter, there are critical items or other things we want to bring to your attention, such as the corrected misstatements and uncorrected misstatements. So there were no corrected misstatements, meaning that the financial statements presented did not have a bunch of entries that went in there that we had found. There is one uncorrected misstatement, which was kind of uncovered by management, or we don't want to say uncovered. They have to do with the alternative investments. As I had mentioned, a lot of it is reliant on third-party information, and sometimes the information is not timely. So after close, management evaluates, the information that comes in and determines is it material to the users or not, and has opted not to post those entries.
Hamza, can I just very quickly, These are level 3 investments, or as Hamza called, hard to value. They are an estimate. I would say that this uncorrected misstatement, I hate the term misstatement because it's really comparing one estimate to another estimate. And with that said, it is very immaterial. We're talking percentage or 0.00% type information, but it is a large number. So it has been brought forward for your evaluation. Both management has deemed it to be quantitative and qualitatively immaterial, and we as auditors agree that it is quantitatively and qualitatively immaterial. The one thing I can say about your level 3 investments is what is recorded is not what you will ultimately receive. It is an estimate as of June 30th. And again, this is a comparison between two estimates. So we do not deem it to be one material, nor an indication of a deficiency within the internal controls aspects. As Hamza said, management has a series of controls within this framework to determine the reliability of that estimate. This noted one thing that was quantitatively at a level that we're required to communicate, but again, nothing of significance or concern.
Can I ask you a question on that? So is this likely going to be a restatement that we'll see year after year because of the?
So it is of a nature that it would be a rolling, for lack of better words, a rolling change. This is primarily the difference related to prior year. And eventually, as management has a framework of estimating their fair value prior to close, prior to receiving all of their capital account statements. It's a very in-depth, significant linear regression that maps to the global equity markets, et cetera. They have had that in place for, I'm going to probably misspeak here, but my guess is 7 to 8 years. We have seen it fall outside of kind of the realm that they say requires this disclosure only in the last 2 years, if I remember. And a lot of that is due to the volatility of the markets that we've seen over the last 24 months. I really think that, Chairman, that will tighten back up as we could move to a more stable market, hopefully, and we would not be reporting it on an annual basis.
Dr. Yetman, did you have a comment on that?
Yeah, I concur with, unfortunately, we as auditors use terms like uncorrected and misstatements and sort of alarmist words. And that's by statute. That's who we are. But I think in this case, I completely support management and the auditor's decision that this item was appropriately handled.
Okay. Thank you.
So moving on from there, we're also required to kind of communicate a number of other items such as disagreements with management, consultations with other accountants, and a list of other ones that I won't kind of go through each one, but in all of them did not have like a negative response. They're all positive. So we didn't have any disagreements with management. We didn't have any difficulties. So they're all kind of positive as they relate to these items here on the right. And finally, our report on internal controls. Now, I do want to stress here that we're not actually, opining on like the function of your internal controls. This is just stating that we've obtained an understanding of the controls and the design themselves. And in some areas, we've tested the design of the controls or even operating effectiveness. However, we did not note any material weaknesses or significant deficiencies. So that's the main takeaway from this report.
I just wanted to add that we looked at financially significant systems as of June 30th, 2022, and it did not include the new pension solution system as part of our look.
Right. Yeah, so those internal controls also this report also covers the IT-related controls, as they relate to the financial statements.
Financial statements and then the OPI, but I think I would like to pause.
Yeah, why don't we pause and see if there are any questions on item 4A from members of the committee? Ms. Yamamoto?
Hi, thank you, Madam Chair. Great report and good news. I like good news. So I was looking over the I'm not sure if this is the right time to ask the question, but it's on page 34 of item 4A. Excuse me. Where it talks about the supplemental SBMA account. Does that have anything to do with the amount of eligible, oh gosh, sorry. I wanted to match this number for the supplemental benefit maintenance account reserve with page 27 of the same report. So do we have the reserve necessary to make those payments in light of the new legislation that's coming up? So your audit is backwards, right? Okay, so we're not looking forward at all. So maybe my question is premature, so. But I just kind of wanted to signal that out so that we do have enough reserve in that account to make the payments that are going to be necessary for that new legislation.
Yeah, that'll get picked up in probably the next round in terms of a change. Yeah,
Okay, thank you.
thank you. Other questions by committee members? Yes, Dr. Yetman, just turning to you.
Cassandra, thank you for being very explicit about what was in scope and what was not. Is there an expectation of when the new pension system will be in scope?
When it has a financially significant impact upon the financial statements. And financially significant could be 1 month of operations, it could be 2 months of operations, but it has to be feeding the information that is embedded within the basic financial statements. So although absolutely critical to the future success of the organization, not a immaterial spend by any stretch of the imagination, and even more importantly, the focus of the people within this building during this time. The reason we call it not financially significant is because nothing is coming out of that system today that generates information that is embedded within the financial statements that you have in front of you. It will become financially significant. I guess in theory, it could be implemented on June 29th in a year and not be financially significant, but I don't foresee that happening. It will be financially significant when it goes live.
Press your button.
Sorry.
It's okay.
Follow-up question. On page 35 of the attachment, it talks about a discount rate of 7.1. And I was always under the impression that we did a 7.0. So I know that a 0.1 is probably not too much, but why is there a difference there?
That is an excellent question, and I have no doubt that you have read the basic financial statements front to back to have that question, so I want to thank you for that. GASB 68, 67, and 68 kind of came up with a really nuanced interpretation of the long-term rate of return that is inconsistent with how people typically think of it, and that is that it is gross of administrative expenses. The 7.0 that you have adopted is net of administrative expenses. So there is an estimate that 0.1% represents those administrative expenses. So it grosses up 7.1 from a financial reporting perspective. But in reality, it is the 7.0 that has been adopted by the board.
Okay, okay.
Great, thank you.
Thank you.
Great question. Kevin, I have a couple questions, and this is the third year we've actually had the audit conducted remotely. Any thoughts about either going back to doing in-person work or even a hybrid?
It's a great question, and I'm not sure exactly where we will land. I would like to believe that we have learned from the past 3 years. But I also believe that there are both effective procedures as well as efficiencies to be gained by being back in person. Now, is that all 14 people for numerous weeks in a small audit room? I don't think we ever go back to the way it once was, but I also want to believe that we won't be doing 100% remote in the future as well. Now, what is ultimately critical is two aspects, and Dr. Yutman will probably laugh about the yin and the yang of this, is I have to perform my auditing procedures in accordance with the standards. But I'm also in a client service business. So with that said, a lot of this will come back to how you guys return to work. If the accounting and finance staff work 2 days on site and 3 days off site, it doesn't make a lot of sense to have my team on site for 5 days. So a lot of it will be dependent upon what CalSTRS ultimately does. But I really hope that we bring what we have missed over the last 3 years, but we also keep what we have learned over the last 3 years, and it's really a hybrid approach.
I appreciate that. And just as you started out your presentation about being here in person, I do think there are dimensions that get missed, when we are doing it remotely. So really appreciate the observation about just how our team will be working going forward. Dr. Yutman, any thoughts about that question?
He's right.
Great, thank you. And then I just wanted to compliment the staff and management and the team because obviously, as you noted in the audit, there were several executive positions over the past year that changed, and including our CEO and COO and Chief Auditor, and but to have a clean audit and to have it be seamless from that perspective, I really appreciate. So, thank you. Seeing no other questions that come before on this item, why don't we go ahead and move on? Actually, let's move on to 4B.
Okay.
Yeah.
So in addition to our audit of the basic financial statements, GASB, which is the government.
Let me go ahead and take a motion on this because we do have to adopt a resolution with respect to this item. Okay. So we do have this as an action item before the committee to accept the independent auditor's report and approval of the proposed resolution adopting the 2021 to 22 financial statements. Is there a motion? Okay. Motion by Ms. Bradford, second by Ms. Yamamoto. Please call the roll.
Thank you. Mr. Johnson?
Yes.
Ms. Yamamoto?
Aye.
Ms. Bradford?
Yes.
Mr. Rufino?
Yes.
And Ms. Whitaker?
Yes.
Great, that motion carries. Thank you very much. Okay, item 4B.
So the Governmental Accounting Standards Board is the group that promulgates GAAP, or Generally Accepted Accounting Principles, for state and local governments. Many years back, they adopted two statements, GASB 67 and 68. GASB 67 was applicable to CalSTRS, and the financial statements reflect that. GASB 68, however, has an impact upon both the state of California's annual report, as well as all of the contributing entities, the school districts, et cetera, that make contributions to CalSTRS. One of the requirements that came out of that was that they're required to book their proportionate share of the net pension liability. So the net pension liability is disclosed within your basic financial statements, but then they have to record their proportionate share. CalSTRS, similar to many of their peers, have adopted a framework where they publish this other pension information. It's not a requirement, not statutorily obligated, but it really provides both the state as well as the other contributing entities the ability to prepare their financial statements in accordance with generally accepted accounting principles. So the next several slides are really focused upon that report that allows those contributing entities to report their information. So again, the purpose of the other pension information, it's not required by GAAP for you, it's required GAAP for your contributing entities. And it's really a best effort by management to assist those entities. And that doesn't come without benefits for CalSTRS. Minus that, you would have 1,700 contributing entities. You could potentially have 1,700 auditors knocking on the door or calling on the phone asking for this information. This is a centralized process to assist management with that process. Our opinion also provides evidence for those other auditors to be able to rely upon the information that is included within their financial statements. Based upon this kind of limited purpose of this report, we have included a restriction on use paragraph within our opinion that really just says, hey, this report is not intended for the public, et cetera. It's really, the benefit of it is both for CalSTRS board, management, the state of California, the contributing entities, as well as any external auditors that happen to be auditing those entities. So it's really limiting the use of that to those specified users. There are two schedules. One really reconciles the contributions that are recorded within your basic financial statements to the amount that is included on this schedule of proportionate share. And as you see, of the ultimate liability that is paid out, 66% of it, or 66.6% gets allocated to the school districts or the contributing entities. And the state of California is a non-employer contributing entity based upon legislative required amounts, picks up 33.4% of that liability that Hamza spoke to. It also walks through kind of the idea of the change in the NPL as to how that was generated, whether or not it ultimately becomes pension expense in a given year or a negative pension expense depending upon the results of any specific year, and then allows those contributing entities to book that expense. We provide opinions upon that total net pension liability as well as the various deferred inflows and outflows. We have issued an unmodified opinion upon those schedules, which will allow those contributing entities to record the financial statements within their own financial statements. Similar to what Hamza spoke about in the basic financial statements, we have included an emphasis of matter, but only one. So it doesn't relate to the investments. It's purely about that total pension liability and the sensitivity that it has as it relates to actuarial assumptions. Anytime there's an estimate embedded within the financial statements, this is really the focal point of our auditing procedures, both substantively as well as internal controls. And we believe those estimates to be not unreasonable. But we do believe it's important for the users of these reports to understand that sensitivity. Very similar, we're also required to discuss certain items with you under gas and GAGAS. The plan and the timing, the plan, scope, and timing of the audits were very consistent with what we outlined in March. There was no deviations from a scope or a plan perspective, and we have issued our opinions upon those variety of schedules. No corrected misstatements or uncorrected misstatements at this level. We believe all estimates are deemed appropriate. And similar to what Hamza said, the way I view the items on the right is I'm required to tell you if there was anything bad in any of these areas. There was nothing bad, but I always think it's a highlight to bring back to you so you know what wasn't said, because I would be required to tell you if any of these things did exist. Because we do perform this audit in accordance with government auditing standards, we would again be required to communicate any material weaknesses or significant deficiencies as it relates to this schedule. Now, why I think that could be different is they're smaller numbers. There are no investments embedded within it, so our quantitative and qualitative materiality is at a lower level. We still noted 0 material weaknesses or significant deficiencies within this scope of work.
Very well. Thank you very much, Kevin. Any questions or comments, members? And Dr. Yetman, let me turn to you also.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Smith, I'm going to ask you some questions about the audit overall, not just the OPI, but the audit of the financial statements as well. So, in my opinion, an internal control system, a strong and functioning internal control system, is really the heartbeat of the organization's control system, because that's what controls the numbers that roll into the financial statements that you're auditing. And so I pay a lot of attention to the organization's internal control system as well as its budding and growing compliance system, which the board will hear more about in the coming months. But with respect to the audit, one of the biggest one of the biggest items that I want to hear is the tone at the top. So, and the cooperation that you receive from management. So my first question is, did you receive, in your opinion, full and complete cooperation from management at the highest levels?
At the highest levels and at the lowest levels, 100% cooperation.
Were there any instances where you requested a document or requested some information and it was not supplied?
No, there was not.
Were all documents supplied within a reasonable time period of the requests?
Yes.
Thank you. That's all I've got. And then, Madam Chair, with your indulgence, may I thank a couple people, CalSTRS staff who, thank you, I appreciate that. So in preparing a financial statement, a set of financial statements, they're boiled down to what I would like to think is a small document, but not really quite that small. But it's a lot of work, and a lot of accountants, they toil away in obscurity and work really hard to pull this off. So there's a lot of people that worked really hard to take the close of an organization at the end of the year and then actually have the audit complete and the financial statements presented to you this early date in November. So it's not just the auditor doing an excellent job, which I believe they did. And I'm very thankful to Crow, who continuously shows up and brings their A team. They bring people. Some are local, most are from around the country. They just find the best people that they have at the organization around the country and bring them to this audit. And so I'm very happy that Crow does that on a consistent basis. I like seeing Mr. Smith every year when he shows up. It provides me some comfort to know that the lead auditor of their organization is with us today. Thank you. With respect to CalSTRS staff, you can think of three groups really working really hard to pull this information together. One would be in what we'll call the financial services branch, and the other, of course, is in the investments branch. And then there's that other information to prepare that proportionate schedule such that the various school districts can use to put their liability on their books. It's like Kevin said, you do it to avoid a lot of work, but it also is a service to those organizations. So there's three really groups of people pulling together these numbers. So I just want to thank some people who, it's a team effort. So I'm going to name a few names, but of course they're not the only people that worked really hard, but there are some people that were key and instrumental. In particular, in financial services, Banky Fatunla and Kelly Mariano were just really wonderful this year and just performing. They're the ones that bring you the documents. They're the ones that responded timely. Really wanted to thank them and their teams, of course. The investment branch, Melissa Duranco, a name that I say a lot, and then David Munoz, both of them were instrumental in the same, providing you with information on these investments, many of which are complex and hard to value, and the assistance from staff is really critical in that area. So thank you to both of them and, of course, their staff. And then finally, the OPI, the other information, someone has to pull that together. Cassie Malek-Beck and Jan Liu, and we thank them for their efforts and for pulling those schedules that sort of could be an afterthought, right? You can see you got the financials, you got the internal controls, you've got this other information, we're tired, it's just an afterthought, let's just put something down. That's not what happens. They pull it together, they work hard right through the final element. So I'm very thankful to all these staff. Thank you, Madam Chair, for my indulgence.
Thank you, Dr. Yetman. Very pleased to join in our thanks to the team as well. And I just have to say, during my time here with the ARM Committee and on this board, it gives me great comfort to know that we can rely on accurate and timely financial statements every year, and really appreciate the engagement of Crow early on in the process, and have always really welcome the check-ins we have along the way, and but this is really a testament with all of the, certainly as you've mentioned, the volatility in the market, but also just some of the internal changes that have been taking place, really a testament to just the commitment of the team. So appreciate that very much. Other questions from the committee? Seeing none, and I realize I neglected to ask for public comment on the prior item, so let me see if there are any members of the public who wish to address the committee on this item, both for
There are no members of the public in queue.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay, this item is before us as an action item. Is there a motion? Okay, a motion by Ms. Bradford to approve. Second by Ms. Yamamoto. Please call the roll.
Thank you. Mr. Johnson.
Yes.
Ms. Yamamoto.
Aye.
Ms. Bradford.
Yes. Mr. Rufino.
Yes.
Ms. Whitaker.
Yes.
And Chairperson Yee, would you care to vote? I forgot
Yes,
to
aye.
ask you on the last one.
That's right.
Sorry.
I'm an aye on both.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. That motion carries. Thank you very much to the Crow team and to our team throughout CalSTRS as well. Members, we're going to now move on to item number 5. This is an informational item regarding the, yes, absolutely. Item number 5, Cheryl, please. This relates to the 2022 management letter.
As Crow mentioned, there is no identified significant deficiencies or material weaknesses this year, which is great news. And if there had been, they would be required to report that to the board. So if there is any deficiency or recommendations observed by Crow, though, those are communicated to management through a management letter. So this year, there was a significant, no significant deficiency, a deficiency that has been reported in the past. And it's reoccurring, so those that are aware, we've seen this in the past, and it relates to controls over member accuracy and completeness of member data. So those that are new to the committee, I'm not sure if there's really anyone that's maybe new to the committee, but this originated as a significant deficiency and material weakness years past. And so it really speaks to management's effort to reduce that to a deficiency. And management continues to look for opportunities to mitigate the risk of inaccurate and incomplete employer reporting through the use of data analytics, offering educational opportunities to employers, as well as providing them with resources and tools. So if there are any questions on this management letter, we do have benefit services management here to answer any of those that the committee may have.
Thank you very much, Cheryl. And I'll just note here, because it's of interest to some of us, that their management did identify the work of establishing new processes and reviews to try to correct errors much more expeditiously going forward as required under AB 1667. So, and this will, I'm sure, encompass enhanced employer training and education, and also preparation to, as we move towards pension solutions. So appreciate that, that note. Any questions or comments on this item? Yes, Dr. Yetman, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So it's not necessary that, that this be brought to the board, but management has decided in the spirit of full disclosure that even something as small as just a deficiency, which again would normally not be brought to the board's attention, that this is brought forward. But since it's here, this really relates to it speaks to the complexity of the teacher retirement law and the difficulty with which the school districts have in calculating the pensionable amount. And there's been a lot of turnover in staff at the school district level. And as quickly as you train someone, you might have someone new in that position. And people make mistakes. We're all human. And so that's really what you're seeing here, is that just honest people making honest mistakes. And the question is, will the new pension system eliminate this? And will new laws eliminate this? And I don't know. I don't have a crystal ball. But if I had to guess, if I were a betting man, I'd say no. As long as we have humans inputting this data and making decisions, trying to interpret a complex law, mistakes will be made. And so it could be just this just sits there, and I think that's not inappropriate. I think it's perfectly appropriate to just call it what it is. We have a complex system, and for many reasons we choose that that's the system that we'd like to have, and that there are some implications of that when it comes to financial reporting. But management's efforts to control this, along with some new laws and along with the pension system, have brought it down to the lowest level of concern, which again would not even normally be brought to you. It really just wouldn't, so.
Thank you, Dr. Goodman, very much for that. Let me see if there are any members of the public who wish to address the committee on this item.
There are no members of the public in queue.
Great, thank you. So this is an informational item. We will take the report under, we'll accept the report. Okay, moving on to item number 6. This is the 2023 Enterprise Compliance Services Plan, and we have Julie. Good morning.
Good morning. Julie Underwood, Chief Financial Officer. And I wanted to introduce to you David Summers. He is our new compliance manager. And he has been with us all of about, 2.5 weeks?
About that, yes.
So I will be presenting today's item for you. But did want you to meet David. So first, I just wanted to acknowledge that Enterprise Compliance Services has been through quite the year of change. First, the compliance manager position did experience turnover. All staff in compliance moved from audit services to financial services. The compliance director position that Cheryl previously held was vacated with her promotion. And I took that compliance director position and changed it to a director over both the risk and compliance programs, which is currently under recruitment. And I should have some good news to share on that in the next few days. So lots of change going on for the staff there. And we are still continuing full steam ahead with the compliance program maturity assessment. And that assessment, we hope to have lots of recommendations for you to share at the next ARM committee meeting in March. So we're still moving forward with that. So, but with all that going on, today's informational item is just to let you look at the compliance plan, but we only developed a 6-month plan. And once the maturity assessment is complete, we will be switching that plan to a fiscal year plan. Previously, it was a calendar year plan. And that really is to align the plan with the risk management program, who also reports on a fiscal year basis. Now, of course, the top priority of that plan is the maturity assessment. That's number one, where we're going to be spending all of our time. However, we still have lots of operational efforts that we conduct throughout the year that we'll still be working on, and we want to make sure that we're building on our compliance culture, and we're also promoting compliance and ethics awareness throughout the organization. I did want to mention that even though Cheryl was promoted back in April, she has been integral in assisting with developing this plan, so thank you very much. She also continues to be a valuable resource to the compliance staff, and they have just been working so hard to continue all of our compliance efforts despite all the change that they've been through, so kudos out to them. So with that, the plan, I think, speaks for itself. Any questions? Cheryl or I would be happy to answer them.
Okay, thank you very much, Julie. Dr. Yatman, comments?
David, welcome to the team. Thank you. It's good to see the compliance program filling out. And it's, speaking on my behalf, and it's certainly not for the board, but just from my point of view, I think it's really wonderful the way that the organization has embraced the compliance function as a unique function, a valuable function to be fully embedded within the organization and a really important part of the internal control structure. The goal is, from what my understanding is, that the organization desires it to be the best in class and to be a leader in this position. And so with that spirit, thank you for joining the team. Happy to be here.
Thank you, Dr. Yatman. Welcome, David. And just a question, Julie and David, that is, so this is a plan for 6 months. And just looking at the highlights of the work plan, what would you say would be the top priority? Is it the maturity assessment work?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear the last part.
The priority of you have a number of different elements that are highlighted in the work plan, but it's for a 6-month period, and I just wanted to see if you consider the maturity assessment work to be the priority.
100%, yes, that's definitely the priority, but there's still lots of operational efforts that we want to continue despite us looking at how we can mature it. So there's a lot of great work that's still going to be going on, and we have still a very small but mighty staff that's going to be working on this, but we hope to have great things come out of this maturity assessment to provide to you. So I'd say all of them are priorities for us, but definitely number one would be the maturity assessment.
Okay, great, thank you. And I used to ask Cheryl this all the time in her prior position, but do you have sufficient staff and resources? It is a small, mighty team.
Well, we're going to be talking with you about that when we have our recommendations in March.
Great, thank you. Other questions from the committee? Okay. Any members of the public wish to address the committee on this item?
There are no members of the public in queue.
Okay, thank you very much. So this is an informational item, and we will accept the report. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
Sure. All right, members, we're going to move on to item number 7. This is an action item relating to the 2023 Audit Services Audit Plan. And Cheryl? And team?
Yes, hi. Hopefully you can hear me. So this item will be a presentation of Audit Services 2023 Audit Plan. And here today I have Chris Wall, the Assistant Director of Employer Audits, and Roseanne Young, the Assistant Director of Internal Audits, that will assist me in this presentation. Let me see how this works. All right, so basically we're going to discuss a little bit about the plan overview, the audit plan development, the risk assessment processes that went into developing our proposed audit plan for 2023. So professional standards for internal auditing require that the chief auditor develop a risk-based audit plan that sets the priorities for internal audit activities and also that is consistent with the organizational goals. So again, I mentioned that we have 2 audit risk assessment processes, and that contributes to the plan development as well as the lines with enterprise risks and links to the strategic goals that we have. So I'm going to start off with the employer audit process, and I'm going to have Chris discuss that. Do you want me to keep doing it?
Okay, so I'm going to start off by going a little bit over the risk assessment, the 2023 risk assessment that we completed. The first piece of it was the compliance risk. And as part of the employer audits risk assessment process, we evaluate compliance risks associated with each of our employers. And we also utilize our past experiences to identify the highest risk factors. The second piece we look at is stakeholder input. Here we surveyed various business areas to gain their input, and we took those into account. We considered those concerns as we completed our risk assessment. Additionally, we consider issues identified in the management letter completed by our external auditors. And we use those in the sample selection for our high-risk areas. Finally, we looked at data analytics. And with data analytics, we looked at the last two fiscal years of payroll data that was reported to us, and we apply that to all the employers in the high-risk areas. This slide here represents our risk area universe. These are all of the different areas we could potentially audit when completing audits. For next year's audit plan, we really focused in on 3 areas. That's the base compensation, special compensation, and sick leave, as you can see by the slices of pie that are highlighted. And in slide 3, this is really where I'll talk a little bit more about the high-risk areas that we identified for next year's audit plan. And this slide provides additional detail in the areas we are proposing to audit and how we applied certain criteria to each risk area in order to identify potential employers that we could be auditing. Once we identify the high-risk areas that are selected, we use data analytics to rank and prioritize each of the employers. Here I'll use special compensation or remuneration in addition to salary as an example of information we could review for the last 2 years of payroll data to select the highest risk employers. First, one thing I'll mention here is we can only go off of the information that is available to us in our current payroll system. So that's kind of how we came up with these amounts and the numbers that we're looking at. The first information is the annual special compensation reported over $2,500. Second is isolated to PEPRA members, and that is PEPRA members with annual special compensation reported over $1,200. And then the final thing we were able to pull out of the payroll data is one-time bonus payments. And here we're looking at employers that have a large amount of or high amount of special compensation reported in just 1 month. And that brings me to the final slide of the number of employers and how they were ranked for the year. From the criteria mentioned in the previous slide, we ranked the employers into high, medium, and low categories for each auditable risk area. It is possible that an employer can rank high in one or more of the risk areas. That's why you'll see that it looks like there's about 400 areas or 400 high-risk employers, but it's probably not that high as far as our audit plan is concerned, because it could be that one employer ranks in more than one of those areas. But based on the results of our risk assessment and the additional requirements associated with the implementation of AB 1667, we're proposing to complete a range of 90 to 100 employer audits in next year's audit plan. Then, to be totally transparent, we have listed the potential employers that we may audit in the 2023 audit plan as an appendix to this presentation. In the appendix, it doesn't identify which area they were ranked as high risk. It's just listed all 200 employers that we did identify as high risk in alphabetical order.
Before we proceed to the internal audit risk assessment process, we want to pause and see if anyone had any questions on this risk assessment.
Yes, we have a couple of questions. Let me go to Ms. Yamamoto first.
Okay, hi, thank you. So where will that list be provided?
Yeah, so as part of this presentation, it's provided on the board materials, so that list is listed there. We also are going to be adding it to our employer audits website. That should be completed over the next couple of weeks. We're in the process of doing it right now. We're working with them to upload the employers, but it's currently available with the board materials on the website.
And I also wanted to mention that this is a living document, so if we continually assess risk. So if we identify an employer, we will add them to the list, or if we need to take one off, we will. So we want to look at this and review this continuously throughout the year because it may add or remove employers.
And one thing I do want to add as well is that this isn't going, that list on there contains 200 of the highest risk employers. It doesn't mean we're going to be auditing 200. As you can see from our audit plan, we anticipate auditing 90 to 110 audits. But it's going to list pretty much all of the ones that were ranked as high risk and haven't been audited in the last 5 years.
Okay, and then it'll be, they're not full scope.
No, we're not really doing full scope audits at this point. We are looking, we could potentially audit any of the areas that were part of the high scope audit, but for this year, it's going to be just the 3 areas, the special compensation, base compensation, which is really salary and earnings, and then sick leave.
Okay, and then when you say it's on the board materials, is that like the CalSTRS.com site or, okay.
Yes. It'll be part of the PowerPoint presentation as an appendix that you're looking at here. It's the appendix to it.
And I also just wanted to mention that we really, this time, we're getting away from the full scope versus limited scope audits because, again, as standards require that we do a risk-based audit plan, and then we're also required by standards to do a risk-based engagement level risk assessment, right? So we really feel like we're just taking the data and their experience to really say, okay, where are the areas? And then, again, we can, there may be one employer that hits all these 3 areas, so then we will go to them once, but we may look at all those areas. We're not just limiting to special comp if we are aware an employer has a risk of misreporting and base compensation.
Okay, so if employer A, for instance, is on the list, can they, will they know what focus is going to be given to them or
Yes.
to their audit?
When we get to that in planning and engagement letter, we will specify.
Thank you.
Yes.
Oh, yeah, not before. Not in that list. It'll only be when we engage.
Okay, okay, all right, thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Yamamoto. Mr. Johnson?
Thank you, Madam Chair. In regards to high-risk areas, out of curiosity, in what instances would a retired member get an annual increase greater than 10%?
Can you repeat the last part of the question? I didn't catch the last part.
Totally fine. So, like, in what instance would a retired member get an annual increase greater than 10%?
Oh.
So we're not, so as part of our audit, we're trying not to focus on retired members. In a retired member, are you talking about after they've retired, would they get the increase?
Yeah, it was.
Yeah, so I don't know that they would. It would be more based on the cost of living adjustments and everything. But so what we're looking at here is mainly we're focusing in on active members rather than retirees. It doesn't mean that it won't apply to retirees, of course, because they have to make corrections for everyone. But that's not part of our audit. So when we look at it, it's focusing mainly on active employees.
Could be post-retirement earnings though.
So there is post-retirement earnings that we do look at, but really there, all we're looking at is did they correctly report their earnings to us so that we could determine, but we're not necessarily looking at base compensation or special compensation. We're just making sure that they did report those.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Johnson. Okay, Ms. Whitaker?
Thank you. Just a couple questions. In comparison to last year, the 90 to 110 audits, is that consistent with last year?
I'm glad you asked that. So it is slightly lower. This year it's 120. And again, because of the AB 1667 and the extended response time that they're allowed, that will delay our finalizing our reports. So we want, and then also there's other impacts that we're not quite sure of with that legislation when it's implemented. So we wanted to give ourselves that room to say between 90 to 110. Now, of course, if anyone knows me, I'm going to go for 110 plus. But we want to give my team room to do this right.
Thank you. And then my second follow-up question to that is, are these being conducted by CalSTRS staff, or are they being conducted by outside auditors?
These are conducted by our internal staff.
These are all internal staff audits. Okay, great. Thank you so much.
Thanks, Ms. Whitaker. Ms. Bradford.
Thank you. So I just wanted to go back to what Blake was asking about the 10%. That might actually be a low threshold this year. I don't know if you know that, but a lot of districts are getting over 10% raises and different combinations of that, like 8.5 and 1.5 off schedule, et cetera, et cetera. So just to let you know.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, absolutely. And I think that kind of came out in our risk assessment. As you could tell, we have 194 high-risk employers there. So I do think that that's possible. It may be something we want to reevaluate going forward. Is 10% still a good number? But that is what we use this year. But thank you.
Yes.
Any other questions now? Okay, so then we'll go ahead and proceed with Roseanne Oyoung, who will address the internal audit risk assessment process.
Thank you, Cheryl. So our internal audits risk assessment considered both external and internal factors. External factors included information obtained from consultants, industry risk, as well as obtained from other audit professionals and peer connections, such as our network with other public pension funds. And then we also obtained input from internal factors, such as a leader and internal audit discussions that we had, and information from enterprise risk and prior audits. We use all of this to update our audit universe, as well as then prioritize by risk, considering factors such as the complexity of the process, changes in operations, and reputational risk. And then the results of that are the different risk areas, which include emerging, high priority, and low priority. So considering available resources and our budget, we prepare and propose the 2023 proposed audit plan. And a list of those audits can be found in Agenda Item 7, Attachment 1, pages 1 through 3. Here, we illustrate how our audit plan provides audit coverage and supports the organizational goals. On the top row, you'll see the list of the audits that are within the proposed audit plan, and you can see how they align with the enterprise risk in the left row as depicted by the check marks. In addition, the audits in the audit plan also align with the strategic plan goals as depicted by the color coding of goals 1, 2, and 3. And here we did also want to point out other top auditable activities that were not in the plan. So on the left are activities that have recently been audited or will soon be audited. And on the right are activities that have not yet operationalized to a mature point to be audited. But we do anticipate these will be future audits.
So as a result, as a result of our risk assessment processes, we're proposing to do 90 to 100 employer audits. And I was going to mention the reason why, and of course that's partly due to the implementation of AB 1667, and we'll continue to strive to increase that number. And then for internal audits, we're proposing 23 audits that will provide that assurance that controls exist to mitigate enterprise risk as well as support the organization in achieving its strategic goals. We also leave time in our plan for other audit activities, and these relate to our quality assurance and improvement program, following up on our audit findings, staff development, and those are all required by our standards as well. And then we provide time for adequate administration and oversight of our audits to, again, ensure that we're adhering to our standards. And then lastly, we carve out time for management requests and special projects. And that's really for us to be flexible and allow for any changes that might occur in the year related to our operations, our controls, our risks. So before I move on, I just wanted to take a moment to just give you an update on 2022 plan. So currently we have 101 employer audits completed. So we're 19 away from our goal, and I'm confident that we'll make that. We also added an audit to our plate this just recently, which is on intergovernmental transfers. So again, with that flexibility, we identified an opportunity that we wanted to check the controls related to that. So we added that to our plate. And then I wanted to take a moment, and I know it was a consent agenda that we didn't talk about, but we did complete a couple audits, and I wanted to mention that they had great results. So we did internal audits, performed a review of the path forward, which related to COVID, and we looked at the protocols and the policies and the implementation of that. And that really focused around the work that HR and facilities management performed. And I'm happy to say that the processes were working as expected, so there were no audit issues. And then we also engaged Grant Thornton to perform an audit of investment services and accounting. So this is the first time we've done this focus review of investment operations and compliance and accounting. And the Grant Thornton did a very thorough review and did not identify any issues, that they were adequate, the controls were designed adequately and working effectively. Whoops, here we go. So in conclusion, we're happy to answer any additional questions you may have, but I also we're just proposing that you accept our 2023 audit plan.
Great. Thank you very much, Cheryl and the team. Dr. Yetman, any further comments?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Chris, please pass along my thank you to your staff, and Roseanne as well. Yeah, they work hard to get a lot done. Perhaps you could take, Ms. Whitaker asked, Board Member Whitaker asked a question about, we do all of the school districts in-house, but that's not the case with these audits. So perhaps you could just briefly describe, how's that decision made, whether or not we're going to keep it in-house or we're going to hire?
Yes, so we perform internal audits by our internal staff, except for technology and investments. Those are very specialized fields. However, I am pleased to say that in the 2023 plan, we are embedding our staff into the technology audits to give them that, upskill them. We've taken training, but I think the best way to upskill is to give that experience.
Okay. I don't see any other comments. Oh, yes, Ms. Yamamoto, please.
I just have one little question. On page 1 of the attachment, where under the internal audits, you talk about administrative services branch. What are CalCards?
The CalCard is, it's like a state credit card used by different governmental agencies.
Oh.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yeah.
So it's just a credit card?
Yes, but it's like issued to the organization, and it's limited to what type of purchases you can do on those cards.
Okay, so specific personnel have the access to that card, and then that information is part of the internal audit?
Correct.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Yamamoto. Let me see if there are any members of the public who wish to address the committee on this item.
We do have one member of the public in queue.
Okay.
Hello. I'm Pat Geyer, retired teachers. I just had one question. I was just amazed when they reported that many districts were giving raises over 10%. And I just wondered if you could explain. I was confused as to why they might be giving these, what I thought were large raises. Could you explain? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Pat. Ms. Bradford, I think you were alluding to just what we've been seeing of late on this issue.
Pat, over COVID, it's been a few years since teachers got raises, so many are catching up and many are using the higher COLA this year to put it on the pay scale so that teachers slightly keep up with inflation.
Okay, so it's because of the variation. Thank you.
Thank you for the question, Pat. Okay, any other members of the public?
There are no other members of the public in queue.
Great, thank you very much. This is an action item. Members, is there a motion to adopt the audit plan? Motion by Mr. Johnson, seconded by Ms. Bradford.
Excuse me, it's Brian. I wanted to clarify what the committee was approving. I see the plan that's been listed, but I also heard about an appendix that was subject to change.
Oh.
So I'd like to make it clear that the committee is not approving the appendix. That may be subject, but I do see in the plan that it says 90 to 110 audits,
Right.
so there is a range.
Right.
But I wanted to make sure that it was clear that you were not approving the appendix.
Thank you, Brian, for the clarification. Yes. So I assume that making the motion will incorporate that? Okay. All right, we have a motion by Mr. Johnson, second by Ms. Bradford. Please call the roll.
Mr. Johnson?
Yes.
Ms. Yamamoto?
Aye.
Ms. Bradford?
Yes. Mr. Ruffino?
Yes.
Ms. Whitaker? Yes. And Chairperson Yee, do you care to vote?
Yes. Aye. Thank you very much. The plan is adopted. Thank you very much for the work. Okay, members, we have a series of informational items next on the agenda. First, the review of information requests. Jennifer, any?
I did not hear any.
I didn't either. Okay, very well. A draft agenda for the next committee meeting. Any comments on that, Cheryl? Any?
No, I just wanted to reiterate that we'll have a progress report on that management letter that we discussed today. And Crow will come back to discuss their audit plan for the financial statement audit in 22-23. You'll have an opportunity to hear the plan results from enterprise compliance services as well as audit services. And then we'll develop or discuss the work plan for 23-24. And then what Julie referred to is we'll do an educational item, which will have actions associated with it on recommendations related to the enterprise compliance services framework and maturity.
Thank you very much, Cheryl. Let me see if there are any members of the public. Oh, Ms. Bradford, please.
May I have a point of personal privilege,
Yes.
Madam Chair? Thank you. I don't know if everyone in the room is aware, but today is Controller Yee's last ARM committee meeting. Trying not to pull a Dana here. And I just wanted to say thank you very much for all that you have done, both on the board and this committee for the teachers of California. It is greatly appreciated. You have spent so much time on this committee and taking it on in addition to all of your work. It's above and beyond. So thank you, and thank you for the time that you've spent mentoring as well. It's greatly appreciated.
Thank you very much, Ms. Bradford. It has been my honor, and let me just say that I see a lot of organizations in the course of my work every day as controller, and I will say that CalSTRS really sets a high bar relative to the standard of really elevating, not just the highest level of accountability, and as I said earlier, just to be able to count on accurate and timely, financial statements and financial reports, as well as continuing to build on a culture of compliance is just work that I think is really laudable. It certainly gives our members, I think, a lot of confidence in terms of what we all do here. So it's really been my honor. Thank you. And I look forward to Ms. Bradford's leadership on this committee. And it truly has been, I used to joke that controllers always get to chair audit committees, whatever board they're on. So this was no exception. And Dr. Yetman, thank you for the tremendous working relationship as well. Thank you, Denise. Okay. Any other, we're going to now move to opportunity for statements from the public.
There are no members of the public in queue.
Okay, very well. Thank you very much, everyone. I always look forward to this meeting. It feels like we're closing kind of one process and the next one will start in short order. So really appreciate the committee's time on this. And we are hereby adjourned, and I believe board governance will be convening, not sure what time. Yeah, 10:45? Okay. We'll call it for 10:45. Thank you, everyone.
Morning, everyone. Welcome to the November Board Governance Committee. Brian, would you like to take the roll?
For the Superintendent of Public Instruction, Mr. Johnson. Ms. Yamamoto.
Here.
Mr. Tang.
Here.
Ms. Hendricks.
Here.
Ms. Bradford.
Here.
For the State Treasurer, Mr. Ruffino.
Present.
For the Director of Finance, Ms. Miller.
Here.
Chairperson Erden, you have a quorum. And if it pleases you, I'd have a public comment statement to read. The CalSTRS board meetings are live web streamed, video archived, and available to the public on calstrs.com. Individuals who wish to address the board should wait for the 10-minute public comment period at the end of the agenda item the speaker wishes to address. For comments not pertaining to a specific agenda item, there will be an opportunity for additional statements at the end of the open session. Each speaker is allowed a maximum of 3 minutes to comment. However, if there is not enough time for each speaker to have 3 minutes, the timing will be at the discretion of the chair. To protect the privacy of speakers under the age of 18 who wish to address the board, only their first name and affiliated organization may be provided, but other personal identifying information, such as their last name, age, or school, may not be shared.
Thank you. Agenda item 1, approval of the committee agenda. Do I have a motion to approve? Terrific. Thank you, Ken. Seconded by Gail. Terrific. Items 2 and 3 are consent agenda action items. Let's start with number 2 is the approval of the minutes from our July 7th, 2022 Board Governance Committee meeting. And item 3 are proposed updates to the strategic planning policy as outlined in the board materials. Do I have a motion to move for approval? Terrific. Thank you, Gail. Second? Seconded by Karen and Sharon. Terrific. Items 4 and 5 are consent agenda information items. This is because they are delegated.
There's one other question you were going to ask is, any opposition? There was a motion and a second. And
You're right. I just saw all head nods. Thank you.
Yes.
Anyone opposed? Any abstentions? Okay, the motion's carried. Thank you. Thank you. And then we have the items next on items 4 and 5 are consent agenda information items. And these items are delegated. However, in the spirit of disclosure and information, we wanted to ensure that these were just brought forth as information items. So without objection, we'll move forward. Yeah.
Did we say we approved item 4?
Not yet.
It's on the consent agenda. It was on consent.
Yeah, would you like to pull that for discussion? Yes.
I just have one question.
Yeah.
On page 8 of the attachment, is that appropriate? Under B, committees, where it says alternate members, does that mean additional members? Or is that the same thing? The first
Yeah.
number?
Brian or Amy, would you like to address that? Otherwise, I can.
You know what yeah, it's number 1, the last, under committees, B, committees, number 1, last sentence.
Yeah.
Alternate. Does that mean additional?
That would be, no, that would be if there was a reason for adding additional members, such as, let's say, the appeals committee. That instead of going through the whole process from beginning to end of someone signing up for the committee, it may be that there's a need to have a board member on that committee for a particular meeting.
Okay.
And so the chair can
So that's
appoint
like for now,
an alternate.
as for instance, if the chair wanted to add another person as an alternate?
As an alternate, yes.
Okay.
So it would not be changing the composition or number of the committee. So that
Okay.
would be an additional member. So if your
Okay.
committee is, let's say, 3 people and one person's out, the chair can appoint an alternate member to sit for that meeting.
Got it.
If it was an additional member, then the size of the committee would have to change.
Okay, got it. Okay, thank you. Thanks for the clarification. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Would you like that clarified in the text? Would others find it helpful if it was further clarified in the final version? Okay. Any other items for discussion in items 4 or item 5? Okay, and that does not require a vote, is that correct? Since they're consent information items, great, thank you. Okay, and the next topic, what we're going to do here is a continuation of the discussion, and such an important discussion on the board calendar, and we've had a really robust, I think, very open and very candid discussions. In emphasizing this, that the objective of all of this is to maintain transparency It's to continue to take learnings and remain and continue to improve our excellence. And it's also really looking to be able to have more effective meetings. So the idea was looking at ways that we wouldn't be taking things away, but we would be spreading the work around to be able to have more thoughtful engagement and materials and everything else. So without hopefully taking too much of that, I'll turn it over to Amy, who will take us through the item.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the committee, Amy McDuffie, Mosaic Governance Advisors. It's a pleasure to be here today. This has been a process that has spanned many months, and so I wanted to start by thanking everyone who has been involved. It starts, of course, with you as the committee, but also more expansively, your board colleagues. You may recall that we ran a survey early in the year to seek your preferences, and everyone participated with enthusiasm and was very candid in sharing what was important to them from the perspective of your governing style and more. We also worked very closely with your CEO. So Cassandra, just wanted to thank you for that, as well as Brian Bartow, your general counsel, and all of the executive staff, because a piece of this connects to the strategic plan and the leadership priorities that the board and executive staff have set forth. Of course, that translates into the work plans. So this was a very deep dive on the topic of how you want to operate. And especially as we think about the changes in the world that we've all been through. One of the more important things is to be able to be willing to rethink longstanding assumptions and ways of working and asking ourselves, is what we're doing still fit for purpose, or are there some alternatives that we might want to consider that can help us be even more effective? And so, Madam Chair, as you so aptly said, that was the genesis of this. We brought several prototype concepts for change at the July committee meeting. And so I thought I would start by just recapping some of the specific feedback and requests that I worked with Cassandra to incorporate into this more narrowly refined now proposal for your fiscal year 23-24 calendar. Madam Chair, as you noted that the committee itself was favorable towards better balancing the board and committee workload and improving the consistency across the full meeting calendar. And so there were some specific requests that we captured. One was to maintain the integrity in the format of the CEO and CIO evaluations that you conduct annually. Those were viewed as very positive and productive processes that the board has been running. And so the idea was to maintain those. Secondly, to be sensitive to calendar conflicts, particularly for the July meeting. So you'll see that in attachment 1 where we provided an alternative, or a proposed rather, meeting format. And then there was a reluctance that we noted and we heard you express to move to a fewer number of regular meetings. And again, we weren't proposing that you do that. We were just showing you what it could look like to gauge your reaction and feedback. And so you'll see the highlights of this attachment, the proposed 23-24 calendar. There's a few things that I wanted to note, and then Madam Chair, I'll turn it back to you for additional commentary from the committee, but we maintain 6 regular board meetings a year. That's very consistent with how the board has been operating. We'll have a 2-day off-site meeting, which you have all just been through, and that's reserved, of course, for education and interaction. Some deeper dive thinking on your topics, particularly relative to the strategic plan. And the idea was to do that in July and couple that with 1 half day of a regular board meeting so that you can accommodate your board business, your regular board business, I should say. And that month of July has been historically light from an agenda standpoint. So we thought those fit together well. We added 1 half day to the September regular meeting to accommodate the CEO and CIO evaluations. And those can be held off-site here in the area if you prefer to do it that way. But taking a half day to support those conversations, now just having been through those, I think you can probably see why there'd be a need to have that on a separate half day. We moved up the timing of the January regular board meeting, and that was to address this notion that there was perhaps too much time between the November regular meeting and January. So we accommodated that. And because we did that and shifted a few things around, we were able to maintain spacing of between 6 weeks and approximately 9 weeks, no greater than 9 weeks for your meeting calendar, which gives it a much more consistent rhythm for you to conduct your work and to be effective through your decision-making processes, as well as additional time in some months to create the coordination and let things unfold that are needed. And you think about the rhythm of the cadence of this meeting that you have been through, September, October, November, with about 4.5 weeks between the meetings. So this would, of course, give us some additional spacing in you as well. So we would, of course, plan to use the post-meeting evaluations, which all of you participate in, and thank you for doing that, as well as the board self-evaluation as the mechanism to continually evaluate how is this working? And what can be shifted, what can be changed? Are you getting what you need out of this? So I would hope that you wouldn't consider this to be something that is viewed today, potentially incorporated, and then not discussed again. This should be something that is a dynamic conversation so we can continue to evolve and make sure the board is getting what it needs. So those are my prepared remarks. Madam Chair, I'll turn it back to you. Happy to address any questions the committee might have.
Thank you. And I'd like to add my thanks to you, Amy, as well. The team with our consultant, with our staff, and has done a tremendous job. Really, we're all trying to balance a lot to meet very positive objectives. So terrific. We're going to open it up for discussion. And Karen, number one.
Okay. I was looking at particularly at the July and September for the offsite, and I know that you mentioned for September it could be basically the offsite could be around here, but in July it kind of confuses me because it looks like there's a half-a-day board meeting and then the offsite be the 2 full days. So is that intentional to be a travel, kind of a hybrid kind of a location? Because if we have a board meeting here, so board members come, okay, for a half a day, and then if we have to do the offsite, then they got to go away again. So so to me, that's kind of a mixing up the travel days as well, and also so that was one concern that I had. Another time was September, same thing, that the board offsite would be a half a day somewhere if it's not here. And then if it's here, then the board meeting will be 2 days here. So kind of the same issues that I was worried about.
And I think I could address it, at least take a stab at it, and then Amy can comment further. The thought is not to have a travel day in between. It would be all combined. The July meeting would have just a half a day as dedicated to CalSTRS board business that we do in July. We do board business in our offsites in a typical manner anyway, particularly associated with the strategic planning. Mm-hmm. That's board business that gets done in an open session. The public is there if they want to participate. So that's board business. And then the other part of the offsite is generally associated with the CEO, CIO evaluation, board evaluation, consultant evaluations, and those things that are conducted in outside of the public setting. But we don't move. We just do the open session in a location that we could conduct business, and then we do closed session. So we would do it in that same manner. The first half day would be associated with the board business. It has to be done in July. The CEO, CIO salary adjustment is done in July, so that one would need to be conducted. And then we present the annual business plan. And if there was anything else that is tied to that month, we would just do it in the open session period at that period of time. And then the other 2 days would be dedicated to those closed session items or education items that the board wanted to discuss that still might be part of the open session. So it's just how we construct it, but we would just, however we executed the meeting, we would just do it all at that same location.
Okay, so if it is away from here, then it will not be live streamed?
Correct.
Okay.
Yeah.
So for both July and September?
Well, the September meeting is a regular board meeting here. Just half a day would be dedicated to the CEO-CIO evaluation, which is a closed session item anyway. So to the general public, that would be invisible because they don't see that part of it anyway. It could be done at the caucus room, it could be done in another room, it could be done at a different location. It's just that half a day before the regular meeting would be dedicated to those evaluations.
Okay. And then I have one more? Yeah. Okay. The other one that I had was the January meeting. I know that we get materials about 10 days before the regular board meeting. So if the board meeting is on January 10th, that kind of makes it go back to December the 29th that we would get the board materials. And so it's kind of like right in the middle of the holidays. So I was really concerned about staff as well as travel times for the board members as well. So wondering if there was an alternative date that could be picked for the January meeting.
Karen, is it travel time or preparation time?
I think both, preparation and travel, for preparation for staff, but travel time for board members. But it may not be a big deal,
That's a good, yeah, that's a fair question.
I'll start with this one as well. We looked at January as a hard month for those exact reasons. Particularly, I appreciate the board schedule, but I also appreciate staff's impact and how it's going to impact the holidays that are stacked up around that time frame. We looked at the third week is dedicated to the CalPERS board. We don't want to conflict with their timing, and that fourth week just puts us closer to the March meeting. So we're trying to have some sort of space in between those meetings. So that is a consideration that the board can take on, is adjusting that and just having a closer compaction time. For staff, I think that we could adjust our schedules and do the board material preparation in advance to try to work around the holidays in preparation for the January meeting. If the board members received their packet of information towards the end of January and started reviewing it, the first part of January, and that wasn't enough time period, that's something that I think the board should consider. But if you think that between January 2nd and the 10th and 11th would be enough time for preparation and briefings, then that's something that we can accommodate. We felt that we could accommodate that week during the month for us preparing the board and conducting those briefings. There aren't a lot of travel associated with the briefings. You're local, so we probably have the ability to meet with you a little bit more easily, but a lot of times we're doing the briefings in a virtual environment over the phone, and we've been able to manage that pretty effectively. So we didn't think the travel would be an issue, and we thought that we could adjust our calendars if the board thought that from January 1st, 2nd, after the holidays, those briefings and material preparation and review time for the board would be adequate for you.
Chair, if I could just add to what Cassandra said, maybe just a different concept that I wanted to bring forward, working with a number of other boards, just the thoroughness and planning that goes into the materials here in having a timeline, and it's managed as a project. At least that's been my experience, with very clear communications and deadlines for when things are due that help us as outsiders who are consulting figure out when do we need to be submitting our materials, when do we need to be prepping, how do we backwards plan into what becomes a finished product to the board. And that process here is very vibrant. It has a lot of moving pieces, and this staff does a great job of consistently producing that package for you, meeting after meeting after meeting. So the idea that it could be moved up a week or two to plan around the holidays, that gave me more comfort knowing that this is a specific process that is managed to, versus kind of a more informal submit your materials by this date type of approach, which some still do, and that's perfectly fine in their environment, just not this one. So that's how I got comfortable myself with this notion that perhaps the materials deadline could be moved up to still accommodate that distribution to the board and all of the briefings that would be required to make it a successful meeting.
So when you say moved up, you mean doing it the week of January 2nd? Or just leaving it the way it is right now, January 10th?
Sorry, yeah, thank you. Leaving the date as it is right now, but what I'm referring to is the internal deadlines that staff sets for the board book and all of its accoutrements, I would say. Moving that process up so that all of us who are interacting with that process have clarity and we know what to expect. And I think, again, the maturity of your other governance practices of having a work plan well in advance where we know what we're prepping for, what the topic of conversation will be. You have a lot of structures in place to support moving that internal deadline process up a week or two, I think. But Cassandra she was highly sensitive to making sure that the staff wasn't working over the holiday season in a way that would detract from their work-life balance that's so important here to the staff, and it should be to all of us. So I just wanted to add that extra piece to it because that's, you have to have a good system in place to be able to do something like this. And I just wanted to give you reassurance that you do.
Yeah, sometimes the only hesitancy I would have in doing it earlier is because as it stands now, we get the material about 10 days before. So that means that staff had 2 weeks before that to prepare it. So by the time we get it, it's kind of old news. And so then we, as the board, getting our materials are often at the last minute, maybe like 3 or 4 days before board meeting saying, oh, there's a revision on item number, blah, blah, blah. And so does that mean I have to go back and reread that whole item again? Because I don't know what exact changes were done. So I'm just kind of, just the flow of information and how we get it and how we, so maybe I should not wait until, maybe I should wait and not look at my materials right away and wait, to anticipate. But I just wanted to bring that up because that's the caution that happens sometimes if you do it too early.
Right, and that's a great point. This is a dynamic process. There's
Yes.
no way around it, I can tell you that. And it happens a lot more than 2 weeks in advance, actually. We're 4 weeks out before you get it. So we are trying, because it goes through so many different layers of review and there's so many people participating. So between the November, the January meeting, it allows us to get ahead of it to try to avoid some of the holiday conflicts. And then if there are things that change because of the dynamic nature of the material, we're going to have to make those adjustments regardless of whether it is, 2 or 4 weeks out, because there are things that change on a daily basis. And I don't think that we're ever going to be able to, it's a valid point. It does maybe complicate that particular meeting if we're too far in advance. But around the holidays, there generally is a little bit of a breathing time to where hopefully things aren't going to be as, dynamic for that period of time. But I don't think we'll ever be able to avoid it regardless of when we're going to be presenting the material or preparing the material.
Thank you. I'm good, thank you.
Those are good concerns. Really great points and great discussion. Next up is the Vice Chair.
All right, thanks, Madam Chair. Karen, thanks for the issues you raised, because I guess what gives me comfort is we're talking about this really far in advance. And I know, as I've gone through this a few years now, that we do have a fairly robust process now I know you start on the next board materials as soon as the last board meeting ends. And there's no perfect process. I mean, I feel like I talk about calendars and a lot of other places that I lead in, and it's just always a challenge to figure things out. I think for me, I wanted to reiterate, it's in the write-up, but I know Harry and I have talked about this quite a bit. Just over the years, just noticing, to me, one of the primary motivators about looking at this calendar is about making sure we have, it's kind of like online teaching, regular and consistent contact. So ensuring that our board gets together every 6 to 9 weeks And what was happening is we weren't doing that for a long period of time. And so what I appreciate about our board is we're continually retooling. And so I'm open to trying this iteration out and then retooling, and continuing to ask these questions. But I know just for this board member, that regular and consistent contact we have as a board with our staff, with our consultants, and having these big picture conversations. I'm also mindful of stakeholders and making sure they have access in the calendar. I know we're considerate of other people's roles in other places that we serve and those calendars. And I would just say this is just such a challenge that as much as we can all, I know I share the PRI board calendar, with Cassandra and say, heads up, this is the next 2 years of meetings. And so as much as we can try and communicate with each other so we can make this calendar, workable. I do think, your feedback, Karen, I would say, and this is just a little thing, but it's kind of a big thing in terms of even the coloring on the July and September meetings. I think for you, Karen, as you bring up kind of the confusion of, are we going to be somewhere else? Maybe we could change the color coding, because to me, it's really not about where we're having the meeting. It's more about what the content is and the purpose of it. And so my understanding is what we're looking at today as an information item is having one offsite a year for this 23-24 calendar and having that offsite in July. And so potentially that will be somewhere else, but as part of that offsite, we will do CalSTRS business as part of that offsite. So I think maybe that's, I think the different colors, I know we're trying to be really clever, but I think maybe the colors are misleading, and that maybe in July, that should be all blue, right? And the meeting in September, if we're deciding July will be somewhere else, and be an offsite content with CalSTRS business. And then the September meeting is all pink because it'll be a regular board meeting, but it'll include some of the work that we typically do at an offsite in a board meeting. Does that make sense? And so
Perfect. I think that was so precise.
I need things to be organized.
Really good points. Because we do business at offsite.
Right.
So I can see where the confusion is.
So I think Karen's brought up a good point. And then my last question, I guess, would be, and I know we probably talked about this, Madam Chair, so I forgot between our conversations to now. But some of the work that we do, so the board self-evaluation, the consultant evaluations, where will that be in July? That'll sit in the July offsite, right, in terms of content? Okay.
Yeah, those aren't tied to a calendar year like some of the other material, so that would fit fine within the July meeting.
I just wanted to confirm that was the case. Great. Thank you.
Great. Thank you, and thank you for raising that. Karen, did you have?
But I think whatever we decide, it's got to be a go from there. We can't be adjusting it or anything. So, we have to be definitely decided on the calendar, because as Sharon was saying, we reach out to our constituents, we reach out to our stakeholders, we reach out to everybody, and so, as well as all of us that are on different boards. So I think we've got to make sure that we have a solid calendar that we can all live with.
Yeah, I think what I heard the comment is if we want to make adjustments to that pattern for the next year, we would consider any improvements if we liked the way that this one panned out for the 23-24 fiscal year.
Right.
But we would, you're absolutely, we'd have to be, stay with the calendar dates, because we can't just be flexible and adjusting those at will,
Yeah, Madam Chair, I just wanted to add to that. I think I appreciate the clarification on that, Cassandra. I mean, the idea would be to use your post-meeting surveys
as sentiment collection, so we can start to see what your comments are. The big shifts that would be naturally inherent to this proposal would be happening early in the fiscal year. July would be that first experience, and then September, right? So by the November Board Governance Committee meeting in 2023, we would potentially have some body of feedback to bring and even potentially discuss within this format, how is it working, for example, because the rest of the fiscal year meetings are very much similar to what you currently experience, with the exception of some small shifts with the topics on your work plan. So I think that would be a good format to start to get some consensus around how is it working, so that then in January of 2024, when you're faced with another board calendar to adopt for the following year, the following fiscal year, you could incorporate any feedback. But staying static and adopting this for 23, 24 and sticking to it, but collecting feedback along the way is what I was referring to in terms of those mechanisms that are in place to do that.
Terrific, thank you. I'd like, before we close out this item, I would like to do a sweep, but before we do that, I'd like to have the opportunity for Madam Vice Chair of the committee and the board to make a statement just to clarify where this information is going and to respond to the fact that there will be a set calendar. So with your perspectives, thank you.
So thank you, and I really appreciate all the work that you've done, Madam Chair Jennifer, on this with Amy and conversations we've had. And again, it's what I love about our board and I love about CalSTRS is we try and model, lifelong learning like our educators do, and so we're always tweaking. And what can you speak, Amy, a little bit to? This is an information item that you're presenting to us today. And obviously, we want to hear from members from the public as well. When do we decide to adopt this calendar? Can you kind of outline the process for us?
Sure. Thank you for that question. So the feedback resulting from today, and we did capture a few points, would be shared with you, of course, and the chair of the board in your capacity as board leadership as you work after this meeting through the January meeting with Cassandra to set that 23-24 meeting calendar. So the concepts that you see today would be amended with the feedback that we've heard, and the board would see this, the full board would see this at its January 2023 board meeting. So that's the idea in terms of routing the feedback and connecting it to the very routine practice that you typically have as a board, which is looking at your calendars in January.
Terrific, thank you. Gail has joined the queue. Terrific.
Thank you, and thank you to Karen. I think that was really, really helpful. I do think this is incredibly tricky to thread the needle based on all of the different requirements and making sure that folks really feel welcome and are able to attend. So I'm looking forward to hearing from the public. But from my perspective, this is just phenomenally well done in terms of letting people know. And what I also love is that if we have a consistent calendar out this far in advance, that people really can plan. And I think that is really meaningful. Just because I think I don't see this very often in terms of this level of thoughtfulness around the calendar and making sure. So I just think it's really a huge testament to all the work that went into it, both balancing the time of the staff, the board, our constituents. So I'm just really grateful. So wanted to make sure to express that. Thank you.
Thank you. Now, before we move to the next item, the members of the public who are waiting, thank you for waiting. Are there any other comments that anyone would like to add to this discussion? Really appreciate everything. It's been tremendous work, tremendous thought, and it's just, anyway, I would echo everything that has been said so well by others. So terrific. With that, we can turn to item 9. And
we actually have 2 members of the public.
That was my next question. Great. Wait, 2 in the room and 2 on the line?
Just 2 in the room.
Okay, terrific. Yeah, so we have 10 minutes for the item, so we can do 5 minutes if you'd like to take that, if less, but you may have up to 5 minutes. And thank you for sharing your comments.
Thank you. Good morning. Leonard Goldberg, United Teachers Los Angeles. Jennifer, Amy, I just want to say thank you so very much for this draft as representing a lot of stakeholders, whether it was purposeful or by just mere fluke of luck. I appreciate the sensitivity to the dates that have been chosen here, avoiding holidays and other religious and cultural events from everything that I saw here. I know that calendaring at best is always a challenge, so I want to say thank you for everything that I see. This looks like a really tremendous, awesome draft, so thank you very much for your hard work. Thank you.
Good morning, Jennifer Baker with the California Retired Teachers Association. I really wanted to thank you all for the very thoughtful and respectful conversation, especially about transparency and inclusion. Thank you, Gail. Those comments really resonate. I did want to ask if it's possible that you also include the client advisory committees in the final calendar that you adopt in January, because for so many stakeholders, they can't set their travel until they know when that's going to meet. And if that's not included on the final board schedule, if we don't know until closer to the meetings, that sometimes eliminates the opportunity for some stakeholders to participate. We really appreciate your willingness to want to incorporate stakeholders as much as possible. So if it's at all possible to include the final dates of when the client advisory committee will be when you adopt the final board calendar, we would certainly appreciate that.
Terrific, thank you. Thank you, Jennifer, great. And then I wanted to be flexible, being mindful of members of the public waiting in line for a long time. I did skip over number 8 in the process, which is our draft agenda for the next committee meeting. Okay, yeah, all right. Oh, sorry.
That's okay.
Yeah, I decided to, I wasn't sure what they were there for at the time, though, so that's why. Okay, thank you. I understand. I didn't know if they were there for.
Yeah, no worries. Yep. I just wanted to comment, and I appreciate the feedback from the public, and I think Jennifer will make sure. I know she went next door, but I know Diane's in the back, and I think we can in a separate communication make sure that the CAC is incorporated. I did just want to acknowledge that, and I appreciate Gail's comments. I do want to acknowledge that we have not done a great job this year. We made a blunder and scheduled something during a holiday. And I guess I just appreciate the love fest, but I also think with candor and transparency, we blew it. And we scheduled something on a holiday. So we're not perfect, we're human. I appreciate the compassion and empathy that people expressed to board leadership and staff on doing that. But I guess I just wanted to kind of not let that pass and just acknowledge that an error was made. A sin of omission, if you will, and we've moved on, but I'm grateful for the grace of our board, and obviously are going to do our best to not make that mistake again. So, but thank you for the feedback. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Madam Vice Chair. Terrific. So we have item 8, which is our next agenda, draft agenda. That will obviously continue to be finalized as we move closer. And with that, I think we can adjourn. Nope, Amy.
Madam Chair, I just wanted to make a note on the draft agenda that item 4 is a duplicate. And so, oh, were you? Okay, thank you. Yeah, so that is a duplicate. That would show up as it should be item 5, which is a consent agenda information item, because that's a direction that just is implemented by the committee leadership.
Yeah, thank you.
So I wanted to point that out.
Yeah, and then I also actually skipped over, I didn't hear them. I should go back to Brian on number 7, any review of information requests. I don't believe so. Yeah, okay, terrific. So thank you so much. It was a terrific discussion, terrific work. And with that, we can adjourn this committee meeting. Thank you.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to the CalSTRS board meeting. Rosalind, would you take the roll, please?
Yes. Controller Yee. State Superintendent of Public Instruction, Mr. Thurman. Mr. Prezant.
Here.
Ms. Yamamoto.
Here.
Ms. Hendricks.
Here.
Ms. Bradford.
Here.
Ms. Erden.
Here.
Mr. Gunning.
Here.
Mr. Ruffino.
Present.
And Ms. Miller for the Department of Finance. Great, thanks. Okay, Mr. Chair, you have a quorum.
Thank you, Ms. Bell.
And then I have a brief statement to read. The CalSTRS board meetings are live streamed, video archived, and available to the public on calstrs.com. Individuals who wish to address the board should wait for the 10-minute public comment period at the end of the agenda item the speaker wishes to address. For comments not pertaining to a specific agenda item, there will be an opportunity for additional statements at the end of the open session. Each speaker is allowed a maximum of 3 minutes to comment. However, if there is not enough time for each speaker to have 3 minutes, the timing will be adjusted at the discretion of the chair. To protect the privacy of speakers under the age of 18 who wish to address the board, only their first name and affiliated organization may be provided, but other personal identifying information such as their last name, age, or school may not be shared. So thank you, Mr. Chair.
Before we begin our meeting, it's an annual tradition at this meeting that we hear from our friends at the California Retired Teachers, CalRTA, the California Retired Teachers Association. So if you could approach the microphone, identify yourselves, please, and welcome.
Thank you. Excuse me. Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, Chairman, members of the board. My name is Ron Breyer, and I'm currently president of the California Retired Teachers Association. I'm here to present a significant check which represents the financial value that retired educators in California have contributed to the California economy. Public education profession in California is somewhat different from professions in the private sector. Educators deal with aspects of students' lives that are critical to the future of California's future, politically, social, and economically. Our lives generally revolve around our schools, our students, and our communities around them. We do not work regular hours. We take our work home with us, and we often give of our own time and finances for the benefits of our students. Upon retirement, as the following statistics will illustrate, educators contribute. They continue to contribute in various ways. Excuse me. We spend our benefit checks in our communities. Many of us volunteer our times and talents to help others. CalRTA asks their members to keep hourly track of their voluntary activities. Every so often, we add up these hours and compute their value in monetary terms. The statistics that we have are really pretty revealing. In terms of financial assets, last year, retired educators contributed to 395,520 jobs, which pays $25.4 billion in wages and salaries, which were supported by retiree spending. Education retiree spending in California amounted to $76 billion in total economic benefit to the economy. $15.1 billion in federal, state, and local revenues were generated by retiree benefits and spending. More than $750,000 were donated for grants, scholarships, and donations. And by those, those are the only figures that we know of. Okay, there are more. And certainly last but not least, nearly $69 million worth of time was volunteered by retired educators in California. Therefore, on behalf of the California Retired Teachers Association, it's our pleasure to present you with this check, which represents the fiscal contributions of California retired educators to the economy of California. Thank you.
Thank you very much. A great reminder that it's the giver who is the recipient of the gift. The giver is the recipient of the gift. So thank you so much for all that you give to our state. Go right to our video. As you know, at our last meeting, we began what we hope to be a tradition at each one of our board meetings, that we begin our CalSTRS board meetings with the why we are here. So if we could have the short video.
Hi, I'm Dolly Sandoval. I taught math for 28.5 years, ending my career at Los Gatos High School. I'm newly retired and just really loving life. I actually start every day at the gym. I love to cook. I love to cook for my friends, which is why I redid my kitchen. I hike. I paddleboard, I raft. Outdoors, in the environment, breathing fresh air is my passion. I've been to London, I've been to the Galapagos for a month. I have future trips coming up. I love learning new things. This fall, I hope to take a community education class on how to work my DSLR better. I take care of my mom now, and I just want to go live life. My first teaching job, I taught 7 years at San Lorenzo Valley Junior High. And what was really fun about that was we were an all-female math department who really love math. And when we collaborated together, our students really got a feel for how much we liked math and patterns and how many different careers math could take you into. Then I taught high school math, Algebra 2 Accelerated, trig, algebra. Just have enjoyed every moment of it. When I started teaching 30 years ago, I knew at some point I was going to retire out of the system. But when you're a young pup teaching, you don't really think about retirement. But through various CalSTRS workshops, I started to save. And of course, with my pension, CalSTRS is investing money for me for my long-term survival. One of the messages that I would have sent to my younger self that I do share with new teachers is not just look at the defined benefit program that we're guaranteed through our hard work as teachers, but also look at pension too and socking away a little bit more money. I started when we would get raises because that was money I didn't have anyways. But I would encourage my fellow teachers to do more than that because we don't really know what the future holds. So one of the things that made me feel wonderful about going in and talking about retirement was the staff there at the Bowers office. I explained to them my husband was dying, that I needed to figure out my retirement quickly, and I may not teach all 30 of my years. And they were compassionate and looking at all my information and just really helped me through a very, very difficult time. The checklists are super beneficial. I'm a check off the box kind of lady. So the 5-year out checklist, I was checking all those items off, making sure I was fulfilling my personal mission to be self-sufficient and not have to go back to work unless I really wanted to. Which at this moment, I don't. So I can't thank CalSTRS, like the board, enough on having such healthy investments. I have a lot of fun biking or rafting or skiing. It just, having this benefit and knowing that I'm taken care of long term is super important to my mental well-being, knowing I have a financial well-being. Teachers work hard. And I, though, appreciate you, board members, for working hard too on our behalf. Keeping our investments healthy so that we can have healthy pensions and healthy lifestyles once we retire is important. So thank you.
Teresa and your team, terrific job. Look forward to episode 3 at our next meeting. Terrific. We're going to have a library of content. It's going to be terrific. With that, I'll turn it over to our CEO for her CEO report. Cassandra?
Let's approve item 1, the agenda and work plan.
Oh, yeah, we're going to approve the work plan for today. I was moving along.
Agenda?
So the agenda is presented to us without objection for approval. Okay, it's been properly moved and it's seconded here. Without objection, the agenda for today has been adopted. With that, I'll turn it over to Cassandra.
Thank you, Chair Keeley. I have a presentation or PowerPoint that's coming up, hopefully. Excellent. Okay. So I wanted to discuss a little bit about the strategic plan, annual business plan, and the accomplishments that we achieved for the 2021-22 fiscal year, this last year. We do our strategic planning activities on a 3-year cycle, And with this new cycle starting in July, which we just adopted, over the next 3 years, I'm going to be providing updates as we go along associated with the accomplishments and what we achieve year over year as we accomplish those. But the most recent strategic plan that ended on June 30th of 2022, I wanted to share a look back at some of what we've accomplished during that last year. We track our progress annually. We identify challenges and report on our what we're moving towards and the targets that we have outlined in the business plan and how well we realized the board's vision that they outlined in the strategic plan and how and if we're on target to achieve all of those accomplishments. Closing out the prior strategic plan is an essential exercise, but it was especially meaningful this year because we considered everything that we went through in achieving everything that we were able to accomplish over the 3-year cycle, and particularly this last year. So if you think about it, we started the strategic plan in July of 2019, and just, I think, 8 months later, we were in lockdown pandemic mode. And then we are barely coming out of that. I don't even think we're completely out of that, and we closed it out. And so we had a lot that we accomplished during that period of time, and we're proud to state that of the 15 initiatives that we set out to accomplish in the member employer category under Goal 3 were accomplished. It was really remarkable, the member and employer work that was done this past fiscal year through the transition into a hybrid work environment, a hybrid interaction with our stakeholders and teacher base and employer base. I want to share some of the statistics with you. We reached far more younger members, a difficult to reach population, through our new educator event and our financial awareness workshops. There was a 50% annual net increase of members aged 44 and younger who participated in a new Educator Day event or a financial awareness workshop. This is well above our target of 33%. Meanwhile, we were serving more members than prior years, over 75,000 more members than last year, or over last year, more than 10,000 above the year before. And through the success of the statewide coverage model and other efforts, we significantly decreased appointment wait times. Where in the past our benefits planning sessions were set 6 to 8 weeks out, we were able to schedule members to meet with us in just a 2-week time frame. Our contact center set records in quality of service and speed of response, and we answered most of our calls in under 30 seconds and responded to online inquiries in less than a day on average. And we reopened our member service centers to welcome back our members to in-person services for those who preferred that as opposed to virtual, but we also continued and expanded our virtual interaction with membership as well. Our newsletters remain a very effective way to communicate with our membership. About half of recipients opened their emails, well above our target of 35% for younger members and 45% of those approaching retirement. We collaborated with stakeholders through the part-time educator task force and gave particular focus to this population. We added several new tools to address their unique financial planning needs. In addition to new webinars, we held a part-time educator event in January offering 12 webinars that drew over 600 attendees. The new offering was positively received with an 83% highly satisfied rate. And over the past 3 years, we invested in our relationships with our employers and employer education. We gave employers tools that they can use to promote an understanding of the value of CalSTRS benefit program so that they can share that with their members coming in as new teachers to support their efforts to recruit and retain those educators. We also initiated the Employer Reporting to Final Benefit Project, something that we talk about a lot this last year, and discussed pretty thoroughly in the September CEO report as a vehicle to address complex issues and increase reporting accuracy and enhance benefit stability. Our discussions with employers throughout this project led to the successful collaboration that was required to support AB 1667. Employers benefit from more accurate reporting through reduced penalties and interest, and of course, the membership values having a stable benefit and an accurate benefit. Our joint efforts paid off with a 34% reduction in penalties and interest assessed over the last 3-year strategic plan cycle, far exceeding the 10% target that we had set out to achieve. We're always seeking to advance our channels to connect with our stakeholders. Last year, in addition to our regular EAC meetings, which is Employer Advisory Committee meetings. We held dozens of conference calls with report sources to provide information and improve our understanding of local concerns. We established a new advisory group for county business officials and administrative leaders. And we refreshed the agenda and format for our client advisory committee meetings based on stakeholder input. And you heard from some of the stakeholders about the importance of making sure those are even on our calendar so that there is appropriate participation from all parties in those meetings. And as you'll see on the financial statements, we hit a milestone last year. We have over 1 million members and beneficiaries, up from approximately 980,000 the prior year. And in closing, I want to thank our dedicated staff who remain focused on our mission and consistently make customer service and serving our members their top priority. So that's what I have on the accomplishments. I did want to introduce somebody to you that we have hired. It's an important hire in the organization. They have not started yet, but she has agreed to come and be introduced because our next meeting is not until January, and she's starting on Monday. So I want to announce the appointment of Kate LeBlanc, who's here, and stand up, to head over our retirement readiness program. She's the new director of retirement readiness. She has come to us from CalPERS, where she oversaw customer education and outreach programs, including member education, employer education, external communications, and internal training services for contact center and regional office representatives. And prior to state service, Kate coordinated programs for educational nonprofit organizations and was an 8th grade teacher in the Bronx, New York. Kate has a degree in English from the University of Minnesota and a master's degree in English education from the City University of New York, graduating with honors from both institutions. And Kate's first day here is Monday the 7th. So just, I welcome her, and we're so excited to have her with her experience and background. So thank you so much, Kate. And with that, I'm going to go ahead and hand the rest of the presentation off to Lisa to discuss some content on the headquarters expansion.
Headquarters expansion. Thank you, Cassandra. So as the end of October 2022, we're about 75% complete in the construction, and construction activities continue to make good progress. In the item itself, you would have seen an exhaustive list of all kinds of things that are happening within the building, so I won't repeat those. But I would like to talk to you a little bit about the schedule and the budget. So in the board materials, we shared that as of September 2022, we had a hard cost contingency balance of $3.7 million and a project, which is the owner contingency, of $7.6 million. Since the writing, to Karen's point, lots happens between the time we write the materials and the board meeting comes, we've officially signed what we hope to be the final amendment to the contract for $4.4 million for the extension of the project, with the expectation that we'll come in with a substantial completion date on March 28th, 2022. So that leaves us $3.2 million in contingency. And I want to make sure that the board understands that we were expecting this. This was the conversation that we had last January when we asked for another $18.5 million. This is really for that permitting delay. It's just now come to fruition and finally is getting to the signature stage. So you'll see that in the next board report. But after signing it, we heard from Ridge, which is our construction oversight, that the schedule was slipping into April. After we had just signed a change order that would bring the date in on March 28th. So Cassandra and I were very concerned. And so we had a phone call conversation last week with Jody Quinlan, who is one of the high-level executives at DPR, to share with her our concerns and to say that, the ink's not even dry. And we want to make sure that this project comes in on time, within the time frame, and on budget. What I will say is DPR is totally engaged in the construction project. They know how important it is. It's important to them as well. However, the conversation led us to what that means when a schedule gets shifted a couple of days. And so it's a dynamic project. And so basically any given day, there's certain things that are going to be done that day. And if something happens and let's just say an inspection doesn't happen one day or an inspection fails, that means that the schedule is going to slip on the Gantt chart a couple of days. And so from March 28th into April, you can imagine that that continues to happen. In the conversation we had with Jody, what she's saying is that's going to happen all along the way, but we're going to continue to focus to bring that back and do things in a sequence to be able to get us back to the March 28th timeframe. During that conversation, she did share with us that there is still some challenges around the inspections and some challenges related to inspections and why they fail. And so that is something that we think is really important to get out on the table right away. So Cassandra and I, as well as the Fire Marshal at Ridge Capital, who's sitting in the audience with me today, and DPR will be meeting next Tuesday to talk about our goals, to make sure they understand that our expectation is that we bring this project in within budget and within the 328 schedule. And hopefully that will unleash some conversations about strategy, about some of the challenges that they're having together, DPR versus the Fire Marshal and the interpretations of things that need to get done between now and then. And having everybody in the room, we really hope will glean some results that we can count on. Because right now, we want to have confidence in that date. We want to say that with the contingency that we have remaining, we're going to be good. Maybe we'll even come in, without spending it all. But at this point, without some sort of conversation from them and really figuring out what's going on, what we have left, and what strategies we can employ to make sure that we can bring it in within what we expect, we won't know that. So I just wanted to share with you that that's where we are when it comes to the budget and to the schedule. And then from a leasing perspective, I do think we're starting to turn a corner. I won't say that we have somebody on the hook that's willing to lease our space, because we don't yet. But what we are hearing is that people across the state agencies are starting to bring their people back to the office. So there's a lot of agencies that were 100% telework, and we're hearing now that they're coming back to work into the office at least 2 or 3 days. I'm also hearing through my network in the deputy meeting that I go to for GovOps that the state is actually looking at piloting some programs related to organizations that are no longer have hardwall space, they're 100% telework, utilizing space of other agencies. And that's going to start in Southern California, and we think it's going to happen in Sacramento as well. There might be space that people do need. Maybe we've given up too much space. So of course I raised my hand. They know that CalSTRS has space available and that we also have a boardroom that we could provide to some people during our off months. Of course, we're the priority. But really looking at ways where this building can be utilized more frequently. And again, if we're waiting for someone to sign a long-term lease, maybe there's some interim types of ideas that we can utilize to gain some revenue during the interim. Also today, there was 5 brokers that walked through the building, and December 2nd, there's going to be 50 brokers that are going to come here for a luncheon hosted by JLL in our building, and they'll be walking through the building as well, which I think is also a good sign, because that means that the broker community is ready and that they've got people in the pipeline. So we're going to keep our fingers crossed that there's some success that comes out of that. And with that, I'm open to any questions you may have.
Ms. Hendricks.
Thanks, Lisa, and I appreciate your candor and just kind of telling it to us straight. So I just want to say thank you for that. And I know Bill and I are kind of providing some oversight with you, so feel free to reach out if there's any new news between now and January. But thank you for that. I just wanted to make some comments back to your report, Cassandra, just because I've been around for a while now, and to me, I did a Google search of what's the industry open rate on email, because I don't know what that stat is, but it's 21.33%. And so the numbers that I guess I just want to say, those are impressive numbers that we have. And many of you know that I've always been talking about how to get members younger. I do think we should take a page from Serena Williams and talk about evolution maybe instead of retirement. I don't know. Maybe we need to change some of the language or how we, but I'm just really impressed by how our numbers have gone up in terms of communication with younger members and getting them thinking. Kate, welcome. And I think you've got your job cut out for you. I'm really excited to have you on board. It sounds like your background, especially as an educator in the Bronx, I think she probably has some, good skills. Right, some street smarts to take CalSTRS where we need to go and on retirement readiness. But I just wanted to, thank the staff that watch these meetings and just for all the work that we've done to get those numbers up and to reach people younger so they can do the things like do the 403B and pension too. as well as the part-time educator task force, which I know we're like, it's a small demographic of the CalSTRS membership, small but mighty. And I do want to just thank all the staff that are upstairs for the work that they do on that. I know it's complicated, and part-time community college faculty in particular, their lives and their retirement are really complicated. But to me, it really shows CalSTRS' willingness to think about all our members and to even think about kind of these, specific members that I think do get kind of overlooked and aren't always treated great in our districts. So I'm really proud of the work that CalSTRS is doing to kind of elevate their plight in terms of their own, retirement security or insecurity, if that may be. So I know we just had a meeting a few weeks ago to think about the next big meeting. So I just appreciate the responsiveness, and I feel like over time, just seeing those numbers go up and the engagement with our membership, younger and younger, is really encouraging. And so I know that takes a lot of time and effort from our team. So I just wanted to say thank you and job well done. So
We have had targets for a long time. It's exciting to see them move. You can see the outcome of all the work, and so staff appreciates it, and they're doing a great job. So thank you for the acknowledgement.
I know the team is aware of this, but I thought it was interesting. I was in an event last week, and I was speaking to a couple of people, and they were talking about where young people get their information from now, and it's not Google, it's TikTok. And Coco Gauff won a big match in New York, and it is true, if you can make it there, you can make it anywhere. There is truth to that. But she was interviewed after a big match that she'd won. And they asked her, what are you going to be doing tonight, getting ready for your next match in 2 days? She goes, on national television. She said, I probably shouldn't admit this, but I'm going to go home and I'm going to scroll TikTok. And I'm going to allow myself to scroll longer than ordinary. So I wonder how many of our younger generation of teachers are looking at learning about their retirement in different formats. And I'm just curious about it. So, I think Google, but they don't think Google.
Right.
So I think as we're thinking about reaching more and more members, we should be thinking creatively. I'm sure we are. Mr. Prezant.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just a few questions, Lisa. Refresh my recollection on the cost per day of slippage.
About $110,000.
So if there is a slippage into April, what is the per day? Will it only be that cost, or will there be additional costs?
So basically, if we slip in the schedule, it's really because of time delay. So it's really that time is all inclusive. So it's the $110,000 per day for labor that would cause us to go over.
And no additional cost? No, that we know of?
Not that we know of, no.
Yeah. And so we'll come in within budget.
Yes. At this point, we're still within budget. That's the important thing to say. And the purpose of the meeting next week is to make sure that we come in within budget.
Yeah.
So.
Well, just to remind everybody, last January, we were assured that the 8.5 would be sufficient. And so hopefully we'll stay on course.
Yes, I agree with you, Bill, and we're shooting for that.
We're meeting to make sure everybody has that same goal.
Yes.
I think they do.
They do, yeah.
We want to make sure we're approaching it in a manner that achieves that goal.
The fire marshal?
Everybody.
Okay.
I mean, the whole team needs to have that same goal to achieve the outcome that we need to have completed. The construction organization or oversight, and the fire marshal, us. So we're going to come together and talk through all of that to try to achieve that.
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm. And our next meeting is far away, so I will make sure that I have a meeting with you and Sharon in between. And also, if there's any important information that comes out that I think is important to share with the board, we've got avenues to do that too between meetings, and we'll for sure do that as well.
Great, thanks.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you, Mr. Prasad. Any other questions? Seeing none, thank you, Sandra. Thank you, Lisa. We'll go to our first action item of the day.
There's 2 public
Oh, thank you.
for item 2.
Yes. Samantha, thank you so much. You're the best. 2 public comments.
So our first public commenter will be Kevin.
And good afternoon, members of the CalSTRS board, members in the audience. My name is Kevin Welch. I'm the chair of the California Teachers Association Retirement Committee. I wanted to speak today both about the stakeholder concept beliefs and about Assembly Bill 1667. On behalf of the California Teachers Association, we wanted to acknowledge that Cassandra Lichtnock stepped in as the new CalSTRS CEO during a time when stakeholders were very frustrated. She charted a path forward that allowed a rebuilding of trust and established a collaborative culture to problem solving that we hope will continue. When we come forward with concerns from our membership, it is because unnecessary harm is occurring, preventable harm. As CEO, Cassandra, your leadership brought together departments with a focus on providing better service to those who depend on CalSTRS for their retirement. And we wanted to make sure that we thanked you for this noticeable shift. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your comment. Our next speaker will be Mary Kay.
Good afternoon, CalSTRS board members. My name is Mary Kay Scheid, and I serve as vice chair of the Retirement Committee for the California Teachers Association. And I am here to echo this appreciation for Cassandra Lichtnock in helping to get AB 1667 across the finish line with the support of CalSTRS. For years, the California Teachers Association had been trying to resolve concerns we'd heard from retirees and from active educators, but we kept hitting a brick wall. When we suggested different ways of doing business, we would hear phrases like, "We can't do that. That's not allowed." The underlying message was that this is not how we do business. And when staff digs in and refuses to budge on longstanding processes that routinely mistreat educators in our state, it has been and is disappointing. We know that there were departments within this organization that provided you with the same messages. We can't do that. That is not allowed. Cassandra, we celebrate your skill set in helping staff reevaluate what is possible and getting everyone to a place that addressed our concerns. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Samantha. Thank you, Mary Kay and Kevin, for being here and acknowledging the leadership of our CEO on that very important topic for our members. We appreciate that. Brings us to the next item, our first action item of the day, Julie Underwood, which is the adoption of our proposed 23-24 budget. And we have 20 minutes allotted, so Julie will use a portion of that, and then we'll open up for questions or comments. Julie?
Thank you, Chair Keeley, members of the board. Julie Underwood, Chief Financial Officer. And I am requesting approval of the proposed 23-24 operating budget in the amount of $388.5 million. Now, the budget concepts presented to you back in September have not changed in this proposed budget. The only difference is that the total budget amount has decreased by $1.1 million, and that is due to a revision in the pro rata assessment. Now, as mentioned in September, we were analyzing AB 1667 to determine if there would be workload increases associated with that new legislation. Since we don't know the magnitude or the extent of the workload increases, we've made a decision that we are going to absorb any workload increases at this time, continue to reevaluate, and then any additional resources that are needed, we would ask for in the next budget cycle. So overall, today's approval includes increases of $17.3 million, of which $8.6 million is for the 56 new positions we talked about in September, the $8.7 million for technology service contracts, and then this amount is fully offset by a net reduction in other budgetary changes in the amount of $19.2 million. And that includes increases of $9.9 million for those 21 positions for the third year of the investment management plan that you've approved prior to that, or prior to today. Also includes increases of $276,000 for net increases in state mandates. And then those are fully offset by a reduction of $29.4 million for reversal of 2 one-time prior year contract costs, and that's for property management services contract for the headquarters, as well as the system integration services for the pension solution project. Now, your approval today also includes standard requests to provide additional flexibility should we run into unexpected expenditures throughout the year. And so the approval would include up to 3% of the support appropriation savings to be available for 2 additional years for any unanticipated expenditures, but we would only be allowed to spend that if we come back to you and request further board approval. Also, it would include up to 5% above the teacher's deferred compensation fund baseline budget, and that would be available to support further growth of the Pension 2 program if needed. And then finally, the approval also would include authority to automatically revise the operating budget should we receive any mandatory adjustments from the state. So for example, if staff salaries and benefits were automatically increased due to a collective bargaining agreement, then we would automatically update the operating budget. But of course, we would keep you informed of those adjustments through our regular reporting processes. So as a reminder, we do plan to come back to you in March to talk to you about the Pension Solution Project and how we move forward with that from a budgetary perspective. And then finally, once the board does approve the operating budget, adjustments to our annual appropriations are presented to the Department of Finance and the legislature for inclusion in the state's Budget Act that the governor will approve. So with that, I will stop there and ask if you have any questions.
Thanks, Julie. Any questions or comments about the proposed operating budget for 23-24? Seeing none, there is not a resolution. It's a
I just have to.
yep.
I'm sorry. Something's wrong with my thing here. Am I okay? Am I on?
Yeah.
Okay. All right,
Your
thank you.
speaker's on, but Jonathan, if you could come up and help me, there's the people in the queues aren't showing up on my screen. So we can proceed with the meeting, but Jonathan, if you could help out with that, thank you. Ms. Yamamoto, you have the floor.
Mr. Chair, thank you, Julie. Just a quick clarification. I think I know the answer, but I just wanted to make sure that I do. So you're not asking for any more positions, right?
Not since we discussed it.
Right, so it's still 56, right?
Plus the 21 from the investment management.
Right. And then so if we're going to just continue on as we are without asking for more resources, then how about any overtime or things like that? Are those dollars built into the budget? And because if staff is asked to do more work, it might create overtime. And so how does that affect the budget in this case?
Yeah, in our budget, we do have a small budget for overtime for general issues such as this that might increase workload, that where we would have to pay overtime. We also have a mechanism for a blanket position if there's salary savings that we could bring on temporarily positions to help with the workload until we could come back to you in the next budget cycle to ask for the permanent authorized position.
Good. Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
And Chair Keeley, your earlier question, there is a resolution attached to this item.
Okay. One question, Julie, any concerns about the tight labor market and the ability to fill positions, and how's the team thinking about that?
If it's okay, I might want to defer to Human Resources to answer that question, if that would be okay. Thank you.
Oh, no problem. Thank you. Hi, everyone. Crystal Turco, Director of Human Resources. It's obviously concerning. I think you all have an awareness that we do track our metrics and have been paying very close attention to turnover, but also our ability to hire in an effective manner. I think right now for us, the most important thing is to use the tools that we have available to us. So making sure that we're fully leveraging our recruitment avenues, making sure that we're remaining competitive in the market as far as salary and benefits to offer. Employees, we're keeping a close eye on this. Just in the last quarter, we've seen a trend where it's taking us a little longer to recruit talent. So it is something that we are tracking to, not having to make any shifts just yet into our recruitment strategies.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Ms. Bradford?
Chair Keeley, I move that we adopt the proposed 23-24 operating budget.
Thank you, Ms. Bradford. It's been moved by Ms. Bradford and seconded by Mr. Tang that we approve the resolution of the adoption of the 23-24 operating budget. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Abstentions? The motion passes with one abstention. Ms. Miller from Department of Finance. Thank you, Ms. Underwood.
Thank you. Thanks, Jim.
Going to stay right there.
Yep.
Item 4, this is also an action item, and we have multiple presenters on this item. Bond financing. And this is a 30-minute presentation. Again, probably at least half of that, if not 2/3 of it, should be left for questions or comments from the board. So high level, extensive item. So we want to be sure that the outside experts are ensuring that all of us have full knowledge of the risks and what we're being asked to do with this item. With that, I'll turn it over to you, Ms. Underwood, if you could introduce our guests.
Thank you again, Julie Underwood, Chief Financial Officer, and I'm here with Kevin Savali. He is our Bond and Disclosure Counsel, and to his right is Mike Kramer. He is our Municipal Advisor. And as you may recall, both Kevin and Mike served on our finance team during the first bond issuance that we did for the headquarters expansion. Now, before we get started, as Chair Keeley mentioned, this item before you is very dense. This is a very complex transaction. So what I wanted to do first is spend just a few minutes with you refreshing the board on what we did during the first issuance back in 2019. I think that's going to be important for you to understand how we're moving forward with this second issuance. So as you know, we needed $300 million to build our headquarters expansion. And the board looked at several financing alternatives and determined that issuing tax-exempt bond financing was the best, most economical option. So we went through with issuing tax-exempt lease revenue bonds through the iBank. Now, the iBank is the state's general purpose financing authority, and they have jurisdiction to issue bonds on our behalf. And we used a lease-back arrangement transaction. And what that is it's where CalSTRS leases the project site to the iBank, and they turn right back around and lease it right back to us for the value of the debt service payments that are due on the bonds that they issued on our behalf. Also, at the time of issuance, we financed capitalized interest, which is the interest payments that are due on the bonds during the construction period. And we financed that through February 1st of 2023. That date's going to be important here in a little bit. At the time, completion date for the project was scheduled for July 2022. So again, at the time, we thought we had a pretty good cushion for that capitalized interest payment, for that last payment due on February 1st. But unfortunately, as you know, the project did experience more delays than anticipated. Now, that was due to longer than expected permitting process, as well as the COVID pandemic that caused multiple staff shortages, as well as supply chain issues. So in January 2022, the estimated completion date at that point shifted to early 2023. And the board did approve an increase in the amount of $18.5 million to complete the project. Now, the board determined at the time that we would go ahead and issue more bonds for the additional funding needed, and that is continued to be the best, most economical approach, using a similar financing structure as we did with the first bond issuance. And so in January, we started weighing the pros and cons with our internal staff experts, as well as our financing team, as to whether we should issue early or whether we should wait until the building was substantially complete. Now, at the time, there was a lot of uncertainty. This was over a year out from the project, potentially being completed, for us to determine the final amount that we really needed to complete the project, as well as what that true final completion date would be for the project. Now, as a reminder, at that time when the new overall project budget the $18.5 million was added to the $300 million budget, we had approximately $11 million in contingency. In addition, the 10-year Treasury rates were at 1.8%, and the market was only expecting 4 Fed rate hikes in the amount of 25 basis points each. Now, our advice from the team was unanimous: to not time the market, to avoid the risk of overissuance and completion date risk. An industry standard in this type of situation that we find ourselves in is to wait until closer to substantial completion, when you have more certainty on the amount you truly need, as well as more certainty on when the building will be completed. So while we waited to gain that certainty, both in the budget and the completion date, we continued to meet with our financing team on a monthly basis to discuss different scenarios and financing options as the market evolved, so that we could try to reduce interest rate risk if at all possible. But no options that we discussed along the way were viable enough to bring to your attention, considering the factors and uncertainties that have been mentioned so far. So now let's fast forward to today. Market volatility, along with the pace of the federal rate hikes, truly has been unprecedented, to say the least. But we now have more certainty, as Lisa mentioned earlier, that we will use nearly all of the $18.5 million. So at this point, we feel comfortable coming to you now and saying we'd like to go ahead and move forward with the financing. We want to request your approval to formally authorize the CEO or her designee to issue the additional bonds in an amount not to exceed $19 million. That's the $18.5 that we need to finish the project, plus an additional $500,000 for estimated cost of issuance. Now, as mentioned in January, we are estimating that we will have about $2 million in excess interest earnings from the 2019 bond issuance that we can use to offset some of that $18.5 million. But today we are asking for authorization for the full 18.5 as a not to exceed amount, just to give us some additional flexibility. So at the time of issuance, we're not short in your approval to us, so that we can continue with the issuance. But as it stands right now, we anticipate only issuing bonds in the amount of $17 million. That would be the 18.5 less the $2 million extra interest that we have, plus the $500,000 in cost of issuance. Now, your approval today also authorizes up to $13 million to be deposited from the trust fund to the bond trustee at the time of issuance to cover the debt service payments that would be due on both bonds on August 1st of 2023. And this is due to legal advice that we've received from our bond counsel related to the 2019 issuance documents that reflect that we have, as it stands right now, no obligation to pay debt service payments until the building is substantially complete. And so by depositing these funds at the time of issuance, this will eliminate our need to finance more capitalized interest payments from the new issuance, just for the new issuance piece, and assure our bondholders that payments will be made regardless of substantial completion. Now I'm going to turn it over to Kevin, because he's going to provide more information on his advice related to the August 1st debt service payment issue, as well as provide you with additional information on your responsibilities related to the disclosures that management has made in the preliminary official statement that's attached to this item. Mike, is this then going to close us out with the quick review of the overall financing structure of the issuance? Kevin?
Great, thank you. So let me walk through sort of the decision steps that led us to the conclusion and advice we provided. So as under abatement leases, which are very commonly used in the state of California, issuers are not obligated to pay rent for the period prior to completion. And that rent, of course, is used to pay debt service on the bonds. Because of this, as Julie mentioned, the rating agencies and the investors require a deposit at the time you issue the bonds of an amount sufficient to pay debt service through the then projected completion date plus 6 months. And that's what you did in 2019, and that's what all issuers do. You're in the position now of that completion date being delayed significantly, so that exposes investors to the potential non-payment on August 1st of that debt service amount, because you won't legally owe the money because the building wasn't completed in a timely manner. So this happens. It's not all that common, but it happens from time to time. And it happens, for instance, to the State Public Works Board, which uses abatement lease financings to finance the state government buildings and prisons and things like that. And because they have such a large program, they're the largest issuer of lease revenue bonds in the state. It happens to them sometimes. And what they do when it happens, similar situation, is that right before they deplete the pre-funded money, the money they borrowed at the closing, they deposit enough money to pay the next debt service payment. And then once they do that, they put a notice out to the markets that says two things. They say, investors, a problem's occurred. We didn't complete it when we thought. But in that very same piece of paper, it says, we've also fixed the problem because we've deposited the money necessary to make the next payment. So basically, investors, you don't have to worry about the completion of the building. And they do that not because they're legally obligated to do it. They do it to protect their reputation in the capital markets, avoid headline risk, that if it's picked up that there's a delay and it might show up in one of the financial newspapers, and also to avoid a potential negative impact on the credit rating of the bonds. And it would be unlikely that the credit rating would actually be dropped, but rating agencies, as I'm sure most of you know, they issue things like negative trends or credit watches, things like that, and those things might affect the value of the bonds as held by the investors. So if you were to follow the CalSTRS, forget about the financing for a second, the new financing, if you were to follow the PWB, the Public Works Board approach in the context of a delay in completion, you would deposit in January money to pay the August payment, and you have the money on hand already to make the February payment, and then you'd put the notice to the market. Again, as I said, there's a problem, but we've also solved the problem. This gets complicated by the new financing, which is intended to be done in December. Now, under the federal securities laws, when you sell those new bonds, when you offer them to the markets, you will have to describe in detail the delays and why the delays happened and the potential for future delays, even though no one expects them. You'll have to describe sort of the looming depletion of the debt service funds that will occur on the February 1st date. You'll also have to describe, which is very unusual, that there will be an abatement event. Normally, when you do these offerings, it's always, hey, you tell investors there might be an abatement event. In this transaction, because you know you will not be completed by February 1 when the money runs out, there will be an abatement event. So on August 1, you will not, under any circumstance, even if the building's built on March 28th, you will not, as a legal matter, owe the money, the full debt service payment. But again, the expectation always is, as we communicated in 2019, that you would pay that in order to, for the various reasons I described. So you'll have to, so if you don't pre-fund, you'll also have to say there will be an abatement event. We haven't pre-funded the money. We'll be under no obligation to pay on August 1st. Now, there may be some assumption you'll pay, but that's what the document will have to say. As far as I know, as far as the working group knows, no issuer has ever tried to sell bonds under that fact pattern. They've never presented to the markets the risk in this manner. As I mentioned, it's always presented as a hypothetical to the investors with the funding of completion date plus 6 months. And it's not, in my it's not a legal conclusion. as to the impact that might have on the rating of the bonds. You need to go back and get a new rating for these 2022 bonds. And we don't know right now. Those rating agencies meetings are going to occur, what the rating agencies will say about that. And secondarily, I don't think anyone knows what the investors' reaction to being presented with this unique risk will be in terms of the interest rate they will want in terms for buying the bonds. So that's how that led us to the conclusion. And typically, so I represent the state, we represent a lot of government entities of the city, the county. Typically, we provide prudent advice. It's kind of straight down the middle. And I think the approach that we have recommended, I would describe as that, as sort of right down the middle of the lane, consistent with what other issuers do, will be recognized by the markets as sort of CalSTRS, sort of stepping up and, for lack of a better phrase, doing the right thing and sort of protecting the creditworthiness of the bonds and the rating on the bonds.
Do you want to?
Anything else that you want?
Briefly, let me just talk.
Before we get to questions from the board members.
Yeah, sorry, just briefly, switching topics. You will be offering bonds in the public capital markets. And because of that, they'll be subject to the federal securities laws. And the basic rule of the federal securities laws is that you have to present all material information to investors. Anything that a reasonable investor would consider important in making an investment decision. We've been very hard. You have the preliminary official statement in front of you, and the Julie and her folks and the general counsel and a variety of folks from the treasurer's office have been very focused. Folks from the iBank have been very focused on getting that right. And I wanted to very briefly describe to you what your obligation as board members in connection with that offering is. You're not obligated to make sure every table adds up. You're not obligated to correct every typo. You're not obligated to sort of make sure every single number or factual thing is correct. As a board member, that's not your obligation. What you are obligated to do is first satisfy yourself that senior staff is devoting sufficient time and resources to making sure that the document is correct. They're checking all the boxes, they're double checking, they're bringing in all the people inside the organization that are necessary to vet that information. And secondly, if there are financial issues of concern to you, make sure that they are addressed to your satisfaction in the preliminary official statement. Now, one of the advantages that CalSTRS has in an offering like this is the volume of public information that you put out on a regular basis. So the heart of the disclosure, the disclosure of your financial condition, the financial condition of the fund is the ACFR, the 2021 ACFR. You also will be putting in unaudited 22 results. You'll be putting in the most recent actuarial valuation, and you'll be putting in the most recent risk report. And I think the general view of the working group is those documents in totality describe in very significant detail, in a very transparent manner, your financial condition. So that's the way we're looking at it. But if you're aware of something that's not in those documents that gives you pause or you believe places financial stress on CalSTRS, you should certainly bring it to Julie's attention, to bring it to the attention of the working group, and we'll address it there.
And just to clarify for the record, the 22 financial statements will be audited in the information that's presented.
Oh, I'm sorry, that's right. The full ACFR won't be available, but the financial statements will be.
That's correct. Mike?
Great, thank you, Joe. So I'll try to keep my comments brief. I will speak to the condition of the municipal market and then talk about some of the details of the financing that are laid out in the board report. So the issuance plan for the bonds was set in motion early October after it became clear that the project cost increase was final at $18.5 million and that the HQE would be substantially complete by March 28th of 2023. Both items are key credit factors for the sale of the bonds. Selling the bonds without certainty on these two items would have increased CalSTRS' borrowing costs by potentially issuing more debt than was ultimately needed for the project, or by issuing more debt to fund extra capitalized interest to an estimated substantial completion date. Conversely, if the amount of the bonds issued was inadequate to cover the final project cost increase, This funding gap would have been covered by a 7% loan from the retirement plan, which is the more expensive option. So the decision to sell and issue the bonds by December, rather than wait until the second quarter of next year, was made to lock in rates in advance of additional expected rate hikes by the Federal Reserve. So as of today, a couple hours ago, the financial markets had priced in today's 75 basis point increase by the Fed, and also the market is expecting another rate increase by the Fed at its December 14th meeting, somewhere between 50 and 75 basis points additionally. And markets expect the Fed funds rate to peak at about 4.90 or 5% in the first or second quarter of next year. So to the financing, CalSTRS anticipates selling approximately $16 million of tax-exempt fixed-rate lease revenue bonds to fund the $16.5 million project cost. So a competitive sale is anticipated for the morning of December 7th using the IPREO parity bid platform. With a competitive sale, the bonds are advertised for sale with bids due by a specific date and time. Any broker-dealer or dealer bank may bid on the bonds using this bid platform. The bonds will be awarded to the bidder offering the lowest true interest cost in compliance with the terms of the notice of sale. And the notice of sale was posted along with the preliminary official statement. And following the award, the winning bidder resells these bonds to the investors. We expect to close the bonds on or about December 21st. So for my next comment, I'd like you to refer to item 4, page 6 of that item for some details. So as of October 14th, the projected true interest cost for the bonds was of $458. So we add an issuance cost, the upfront cost mentioned, the total borrowing cost is of $480. So at this point, CalSTRS' annual debt service payment on these bonds would be roughly $1.08 million through 2049, which would be in addition to the $18.6 million due currently on the 2019 bonds over the same term. Just for reference, the 2019 bonds were issued in the amount of $272.6 million with a borrowing cost of $325. Issuing the bonds is currently the most cost-effective option available to CalSTRS. Relative to a loan from the retirement plan at a 7% rate, the 22 bonds are projected to save CalSTRS roughly $3.2 million on a net present value basis. So just back to the market briefly. So the U.S. Treasury bond market continues to experience significant interest rate volatility. The muni market is not immune to these rate movements and is subject to its own supply and demand pressures. For example, since mid-October, munis have underperformed U.S. Treasuries by about 30 to 45 basis points. Between October 14th and October 31st, the yield on the U.S. Treasury bond increased by only 4 basis points, from 402 to 406. While the yield on the 15-year tax-exempt MMD index rate increased by 32 basis points, from 337 to 369. The muni market has been challenged by continuing muni mutual fund outflows and elevated bond selling by institutions. And these dynamics contribute to credit spreads widening relative to the index for all issuers of muni bonds, regardless of the credit quality. So we updated our numbers as of October 31st, just 2 days ago. The true interest cost and all-in borrowing costs for the bonds are now projected at $486 and $508, or roughly 30 basis points higher than what we show on the staff report. The annual debt service would be roughly $1.11 million through 2049. However, even with these rate increases, the bonds remain attractive with a projected net present value benefit of $2.8 million relative to that 7% loan from the retirement plan. So in conclusion, given the ongoing volatility in the markets, and especially the recent underperformance of the muni market, Montague suggests that CalSTRS staff consider increasing 2 of the parameters in the bond resolution to allow for further increases in interest rates. First, increase the maximum true interest cost from the $525 to $575. And secondly, increase the maximum annual payment on the bonds from $1.3 million to $1.4 million. That's it.
So that concludes our prepared remarks. Any questions?
Yeah, there are a few questions. Superintendent Thurman, followed by Ms. Miller. Superintendent? You're good? Okay, sir. We'll go to Ms. Miller.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and obviously we work a lot with you on our Appendix A. I do just want to clarify that the state spending plan, the ACFR that you were talking about, hasn't been released because of some of the EDD fraud issues. So it will become available, just for the record, if we can correct that. So it is not yet available, but will be. So it's just an important piece. So the data you're looking at is a little bit older. This is, sorry, technical, but just for the record, it's not quite out yet, but it will be if anyone is interested in that. I have, my other questions are really around the financing and the timing. So I understand why it's not ideal to sell bonds early. We did ask this question months ago about, given what we know, because we have a really incredible team, about rising interest rates. We did ask the question about why potentially we should have actually sold these bonds earlier. So I did let our team know that I'm disappointed that we didn't do a more robust analysis, because there were so many indications from the Fed about where interest rates were going. And this is obviously our members' money that we're using to finance the bonds. So I have, a couple questions in terms of what I'm going to ask, if it's okay, Mr. Chair, kind of 3 different questions, and then Ms. Underwood, whoever wants to answer them. So the costs of the Series 22 bonds compared directly to funding the project directly, I know we've done that, but I just want to make sure that our public understands where the savings are today versus where they were 6 months ago now. I think it's an important one. At that time, the savings was approximately $6.5 million, and I just want to see kind of where on our spectrum those savings are. 2, sometimes selling early is more expensive because, the capitalized interest obviously requires that we sell more bonds to cover the bondholders until the completion date. So where you are, and that was the reason that was given not to sell earlier before. So where we are in terms of those costs, I think is really important to understand. And then just in terms of where and if we have to meet, do we have to meet you should answer this one first because it's the easiest, the 3-year requirement for the first hard cost. Well, are we going to butt up against the 3-year requirement for hard costs, the same that we would have if with tax exempt bonds, or will we be okay within that time frame? Is there any 3-year requirement on this bond sale before we hit our first hard cost, or are we okay on that?
So, yeah, I think you're speaking to the tax law requirement.
Yeah,
to qualify
exactly.
For tax exempt financing. Yes.
Yeah.
And in fact, we started the tax due diligence to go through that, but we do not anticipate. That's actually, the 3 years isn't really a hard and fast. If you're a day late, there's other factors that go into it. It's actually 85% of the money only has to be expended, and even then there's exceptions. But yes.
I was just trying to think of the reasons we didn't sell earlier, and I thought maybe it was because we were butting up, you were afraid we would butt up against that. Oh, shoot. I was hoping that was the reason we weren't advised to sell earlier before, so never mind. Yeah, it can't be that easy. Okay, so then maybe go back to my other 2 questions around savings and if there will be any extra costs because we're in fact selling earlier. And then I may have one follow-up, but if we could start there, please.
Mike, would you mind?
Sure, I'm happy to. So right now, the projected savings of the bond issue relative to the retirement plan loan of 7% is roughly $3 million. That's
Say that one more time.
It's roughly $3 million.
Is your mic on? I can't hear.
It is.
The savings is $3 million?
The savings is roughly $3 million.
Over the
net present value of issuing bonds compared to taking that 7% loan for the same amount.
Was it $6.5 million?
It was roughly there, or actually a little bit higher, depending on how far you go back in the course of the year. We had meetings and we monitored the market starting in January for options. So to your other question, it would have been very difficult up until the last few months to be able to properly size the bond issue because we didn't have a good sense of the total cost increase or the occupancy date. And I think that yes, where rates were lower, however, at that point, we weren't sure if we were issuing 15 or 20 or more million and when occupancy would be. So the risk there would have been you would have overissued the bonds for potentially more than if it came in at 16.5 net of earnings. And then you have excess proceeds that you could apply to debt service. There's a cost to carry on that. And you couldn't prepay because you have a 10-year call feature. And then also, again, to Kevin's point on the credit, the rating agencies, the investors, that occupancy date is very important for investors because it is a lease structure. So we weren't sure when that was going to be. Now we know it is roughly end of March. But I don't think we knew that until recently.
Right, but what we did know is we could do part of it by bonds and part of it through cash. There was never a requirement that all the financing had to be done through bonds. I'm so sorry.
No, it's okay, no problem. I think that you're using cash, though, it does have that 7% cost of funds.
But that was never factored into I'm just pointing out that, I mean, I understand we may not be in this situation again, but part of the analysis that wasn't done, when we knew rates were increasing rapidly, we had more knowledge, I think. So what we didn't look at was, we're now facing savings of $3 million versus $6.5 million. And what we could have done is looked at partially financing through bond issuance and partially through cash. And that was something perhaps that should have been on the table in the analysis. I hear what you're saying. And of course, hindsight is foresight. I understand that. But I do think just going forward, these are important analyses. I mean, we go through this all the time at the state. You know this, especially on all of our disclosures. So what we do and don't know ends up being really important. So I'd like it to be, to the extent possible, a learning opportunity, especially in this race.
So I would just, we often advise our clients, don't issue the debt until you need the funds for your capital project. And to my knowledge, there still is not need for this additional funds for the project. There's still enough of the 2019 bond proceeds on hand plus interest earnings to carry through current expenditures. So you would have been essentially just hedging your offering by issuing sometime between, say, April and today. And because you wouldn't actually need the funds yet. So you're just trying to get in the market early to lock in a rate. But again, how much are you issuing? What is your capitalized interest? And it was felt to be, rather than being stuck with additional bonds you didn't need that have a higher cost of carry, just wait until we have more detail on the project cost and timing, and then issue for what you need at that time.
But that's a risk now, too, because we're still selling earlier than we would have.
I think what's changed, though, in the last couple of months is now we have good certainty on project cost increase and occupancy date, what we didn't have until about a month ago.
Occupancy data.
Well, as far as I know, it's late March, early April. It's, maybe things are still dynamic in that regard, but, I think we're pretty close. We're closer than we were. So that's what's changed recently that has got us to move forward and begin to execute the financing.
And Ms. Miller, if I could just add, I hear you, I understand what your concern, and I can appreciate why you're saying that. So I'm not discounting that at all. I just wanted to let you know, part of the process that we went through is checking with the state treasurer's office to make sure that we weren't, missing anything in all of our various scenario plannings through all this time that we've sort of been waiting for this more certainty. We checked with the Public Works Board. My understanding is that that's their normal practice, is to not finance ahead of time, that they wait until they have certainty before they go to the market to do the bond financing. So just kind of getting another sense of what others do in these types of situations was helpful for me to kind of appreciate the perspectives of all the professionals that we've been asking advice for on how to proceed with this situation that we're in.
And I do understand that. I actually chair the Public Works Board on behalf of the Department of Finance. So the question isn't so much what is traditional. The question is what we do and did in the face of rising interest rates that Chairman Powell has let us know every time ahead of time. So that's really where the question lies. And because we all work in municipal finance, and it's important, I think, for everyone to kind of heed the warning that when you know something, I mean, the state of California is always on the hook for this. When you know something, you have to disclose it and make decisions with that information. So simply relying on what we have done, especially in such a low interest rate environment, I mean, the state has saved $350 million refinancing debt. So we have gone back and forth on that, right? You want to get as close to completion when you can, assuming that the savings remain high. So it is, I appreciate that this is still a savings over using our members' money, but it's not as great a savings as we had hoped. So hopefully it can be completely understand that it's hard to hedge and that we could have actually lost, but I think a good lesson going forward if we ever have to go through this again. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Miller. Ms. Erden?
Thank you. I have two questions, and I think these are probably for Mike, but any perspectives that anyone else has. Is there a floating rate option that was considered in the, given the environment that you discussed? Is that something that was discussed, considered, and rejected, or is that just not a?
It was considered, but we think that, I think CalSTRS agrees and believes that fixed rate certainty is important. And if you go floating or variable, you don't have that. Also, given the shape of the yield curve, Treasury or muni, it's very flat. So what in the past may have been 2 or 3% savings by doing floating versus long-term fixed, now that's maybe 50 or 75 basis points. So, is it worth it to take that risk for 50 basis points? Probably not at this point.
Okay, thank you. And then the second question is just in the environment, and I think this does probably carry on to Gail's question. In the environment that you discussed, volatility, muni spreads widening, we have a complex but very well-designed offering with a high-quality issuer. And rate rises, essentially expected rate rises in the pricing at this time. Is it still compelling to move forward? And given this environment with the expected issue at state, do you still have high confidence in the rationale that's outlined here and the ability to hit within the estimates and price talk that you've discussed and planned for?
Again, relative to the alternative of the plan loan of 7%, there are still projected savings of roughly $3 million. So yes, the market volatility gives me some concern, which is why we've suggested increasing the parameters to give us more flexibility. But even if the TIC were to go to 575, there is still going to be significant savings versus the 7% loan, right? 1.25%, you're probably looking at $2 million-ish around that number. Now you're at $3 million. So I think this is still the best option. However, the markets are volatile, so we would like a little more flexibility to stay within those parameters. It would be frankly awful to prepare for the sale, go to the market, and then come back with a TIC that we can't pursue because it's not board authorized. So.
Perfect, thank you.
Mr. Grimm, can you explicitly, for the record, state what the increase in the parameters you're seeking?
Yes, happy to do that. So there's two parameters, and we're suggesting the revision in the resolution to increase the maximum true interest cost from what's currently written at 525 up to 575%, and then increase the maximum annual payment on the 22 bonds from 1.3 to 1.4 million.
I'd like to ask, is anybody from our fixed income team here? Mr. Hawasaka, you could either come, why don't you just, I want to ask you a question on the parameters. From your perspective, is that a reasonable request for us to increase the parameters given the volatility in the markets currently and when we may go for issuance?
Yes, for the record, Glenn Hosokawa, the Director of Fixed Income. And as I would say it is, yes. I think it gives you a free option as far as the parameters and be able to still issue if rates do go higher. Hopefully they don't, but it seems reasonable.
Thank you very much. I appreciate that.
And Chair, please, just for the record on the resolution, it's number 3C and 3E that would be amended.
Okay.
For those two parameters.
And then I have one additional question. It was the number was used 18.5 million, then 19 million. And that's, the increase is the cost of issuance. So back of the envelope, that's between 2 3/4 and 3% cost of issuance, if my math is somewhat accurate. Is that a normal cost of issuance?
It's roughly 500,000 on 16.5 million.
500, and is that?
That's
going.
Yeah, for the financing team to pay for ratings, to compensate the underwriter through either competitive or negotiated sale. Those are all standard.
That's standard. Mm-hmm. So it's 500,000 on 16.5 million?
Yeah, correct.
Okay. Any other questions or comments? Seeing none, we can entertain a motion. Oh, I'm sorry. You know what's happening? You know what's happening? Mr. Superintendent Thurman's name is appearing on my computer, but Controller Yee is really requesting to speak. They're playing games over there.
They're switching
I want to thank my good colleague for pushing my button. Take me back to the days of the assembly.
And you're really messing with my vibe over here. Okay, so we will go to our controller.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think I heard it in the presentation, but just wanted to hear if we weren't going to issue the 2022 bonds, what would be the alternatives? I heard the 10% loan was an alternative, but I guess I'm for the amount that we're talking about, the fact that we're going to be issuing this size bond and a good portion of it will be going into the debt service payment fund for the prior bonds. I mean, is this worth it? I guess I'm just trying to kind of get a sense of like, why, I mean, versus like a pay-as-you-go. I mean, it just seems like a lot of steps to take to kind of get to where we need to go, particularly if what we're issuing isn't going directly to project costs right now.
Yeah, I can start, and then if you have anything to add. It's hard to ignore that we would still save the fund $3 million-ish, depending on what the final interest rates are. So that's just something that we don't want to ignore and still move forward, because overall we do have that savings. So I don't know if you have anything else to.
Yes, and it's really, they're very conflated, the two issues of the August 1st interest payment and the borrowing, but they're very separate. So for instance, the vast majority of the borrowing will go to hard costs. So the money that is being discussed for the pre-funding is not from bond proceeds. So that in the bond transaction, I think what Mike has communicated is that there is savings to the tune of $3 million associated with that. Separate and a part of that is the issue of what do you do now with that August 1 payment in light of the fact that the pre-funding will be depleted. You'll have to make that decision, even if you decide not to proceed with the issuance of bonds. That issue remains. And what will you say, and what will you pre-fund or not pre-fund, and how the markets will react to that. So they're related because the need, if you want to do the bonds, you have to take on the issue of the pre-funding in December, because it'll have to be disclosed. Even if you don't do the bonds, you'll still have to deal with the issue of the pre-funding once that February 1 money is depleted.
Okay, and then I guess the question that is in our mind is what if, and I don't know this to be true, I mean, I think we're all trying to just get our arms around the project costs, and hopefully they won't be going up, and certainly the project completion date as well, but let's say, worst case scenario, we don't kind of meet what we're projecting. What happens, what are our alternatives at that point?
That is a risk, because at that point we would have already issued the bonds. And so I would imagine it would be a smaller amount, worst case, and that we would just ask to fund that through the fund itself. Because it'd probably be too small of an issuance to even make it worth it.
All right, thank you.
So I have a, what is the risk of us not taking action at this meeting today at this time?
As a legal matter, you wouldn't be able to issue the bonds, of course, so that would postpone the bond issuance until you did take an action.
So if we took the action tomorrow, at some time tomorrow, we revisited this without a presentation, but literally we've had the discussion, debate. I personally am trying to grapple with the line of questioning that the controller just raised, and not being an expert in the matter and not wanting to prolong things if in fact we're going to end up in the same place tomorrow as we would today. Is there a risk associated with us waiting until tomorrow to actually take action on this item?
That's not a problem.
But is there a benefit? I also don't know if there's a benefit to that. My level of comfort might be a little elevated, and so I might be overly concerned. Mr. Prasant, yes, sir.
I think given the complexity of this transaction and the amount of information conveyed today on two very interrelated issues, one, the end of the line with respect to taking occupancy in the new building, and the inherent complexities of the financing, that a day's, waiting period in which I think some of the trustees may be able to confer with some experts on this issue and to get a better understanding of it. Because I think from a fiduciary duties point of view, if anybody has any questions that they don't quite understand, I would endorse it today, but I do believe that it is probably in everyone's interest on this board as trustees to have just one more day so that they can really feel comfortable in casting a vote on this financing. I submit.
Appreciate that, Mr. Prasad. I would what is the date by which essentially the clock runs out on us in terms of taking action?
We need to meet the IBank board meeting, which is November
The 16th.
the 16th.
16th.
November 16th.
But they have an agenda deadline in advance of that.
Right. That is the drop dead date for us.
Yes.
If we wanted to try to issue the bonds in December.
Okay. So that's helpful. That's good information. Let me.
Chair, I guess what I would be helpful for us, how we can help you, if you're still having concerns and feel like you need to move it to tomorrow, what other additional information would you like us to provide you?
Hold on one second, Ms. Underwood.
Yes.
And I'm sorry to complicate matters for my colleagues, but my sense is that I'm not the only one who's has some hesitation, given the complexity of the matter and some of the lines of questioning. So let me turn to, does our general counsel?
Yes.
Are you trying to?
I was trying to give you a signal about your favorite law, Bagley-Keene. So this is noticed as an action item for today.
Yes.
It's not noticed for tomorrow.
Okay.
So we haven't and it's not, part of the notice is not that letting the public know that you would take action tomorrow.
Sure.
So there really is insufficient notice for you to take action tomorrow.
Okay, so one of the blessings from from this pandemic is the ability to convene a group of people from across the world with the appropriate notice. So the reality is if I'm correct, is that we could actually convene a group, appropriately notice this, and actually just have a short meeting where we take action on this essentially next week if we wanted to.
10 days, yes. 10 days.
So within
10-day notice.
10-day notice.
Was that the deadline for IBank?
May I offer an IBank as well? So, may I, Mr. Chair?
Yes, please, Ms.
So in terms of IBank, I will say there's a couple options. One is we go on the IBank agenda, and if this isn't approved, right, there's no obligation that IBank, if this is on IBank's agenda, they can put it on their agenda on the 6th, and we still have all the way until the 16th to act as a board, right? So IBank is obligated to issue their agenda on November 6th. Their meeting is on the 16th. The other option, obviously, is to go to IBank and ask them to have a special meeting for this bond issuance. So I do think IBank as fiduciaries will ask some of these questions, and we're asking these questions. So I actually don't see the IBank meeting as the biggest limitation. It is another state board that the treasurer sits on and the Department of Finance sits on. So I do think they can keep it on their agenda that they'll publish on November 6th, and then we can obviously work with them depending on when this board meets. And Mr. Chair, if I may, to answer Ms. Underwood's other question about what would be helpful information, I think a timeline and a spreadsheet that offers actually a lot of the information you provided today, just maybe in a table that includes costs and savings, because as you indicated, some of these issues are being conflated because some of them will have to pay anyways, given the financing and where we are in the system, and some of them are just the costs of the new bonds. So for me, I think I learned better just by a picture. So not to oversimplify it, but just to really understand kind of where the savings are and when we would run out of time for the savings. But I definitely think there's time for this discussion between now and the next IBank meeting on November 16th. And I would offer to be helpful with that IBank meeting if it becomes necessary, but I don't necessarily think it is, because they can have something on their agenda, and if the timing doesn't work for some reason, they could pull it on the very last day as well.
Mr. Ruffino?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm not sure if this is helpful, but I'd like to make some general comments from the Treasurer's Office perspective. And I want to assure the board that our senior staff in the Treasurer's Office has worked side by side, as Ms. Underwood mentioned, and they have reviewed every single step of this process. And we had a briefing yesterday before this meeting, with respect to this line item, and they felt, the Treasurer's Office feels pretty comfortable moving forward, and they think it's prudent and everything. They concur with the recommendation on the table. So from our perspective, from our office perspective, for whatever it's worth, that I just want to make sure that I share that with the board. I'm not sure if it helps, but here, now you have it.
Thank you, Mr. Rufino.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Appreciate you weighing in on that. That's important information. Thank you. Ms. Yamamoto, and then Controller Yee.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Julie. For that question, what more could you provide for us? One of the things that was kind of puzzling to me is the recommendation that is before us about increasing to 5.75 and 1.2 million to 4. Why? What are the benefits? What are the challenges? And I guess the risks, and the why, I guess. What are going to be the outcomes of that? So
May I speak to that?
Sure.
So,
but if you're going to include it in that other information, I mean, that's more than enough. But if you have that right now, that would be helpful.
it may be just easier or more beneficial for us to dialogue on this than to try to provide something in writing. It's just, it's kind of one-way communication. So I think it's, since we prepared the board report, rates have moved up more. And in a way that the Treasury market rates went up a little bit, but the muni market rates went up by a lot more. There's a bit of a disconnect there that may be temporary or it may not be, that's given us some pause. So we want to make sure that the board parameters for the resolution for the borrowing costs and the annual payment gives us latitude to sell the bonds at sale. So I don't see a downside to that unless there's opposition to borrowing at 575. There's still NPV savings at 575, significant savings at 575 versus the current roughly 5%. So I don't see a risk of that. I think it gives us flexibility to not have a problem with this transaction when it goes to sale. And just a word on the savings. So the way we generate those savings analysis, it's the bonds are issued December 21st, 16.5 million at the bond rate, call it 5%. We project out that debt service, we discount it back at 7%. We compare that discounted value to the cost to borrow internally at 7%, which would be 16.5 million. So that's how we get that roughly $3 million number that's calculated of the benefit of bond financing over the plan financing.
Enough, Ms. Yamanoa?
Yes, thank you.
Just want to comment that hearing from Glenn from Fixed Income, who said that this was reasonable, the parameters, the increase in parameters, hearing our general counsel inform us of the importance of notification and taking action tomorrow is not possible. And most recently from Mr. Ruffino, having the assurance that the state treasurer's office has been working side by side and is in agreement with where we are and taking action today. As a non-expert in bond finance, but someone who has a fiduciary responsibility, who has to depend on the experts to ensure that I have enough information that I can say the experts are bringing this forth. And what Mr. Savali said, our role is to make sure that our senior staff is on top of this and monitoring this. This may sound, it is. 10 minutes ago, I was concerned about us moving forward. With that additional information and processing all of that, I feel as if we can move forward today. So I just want to be clear about that, and it's not easy to digest this information as a non-expert and taking in everyone's contributions to have to say, as a prudent person, we can take action today as a prudent board without delay. So I'm sorry if I've confused everybody even further. But it's a process of digesting information.
Where's Paul Rosensteel?
As a lifelong learner.
That's right.
Controller Yee.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just echoing Ms. Miller's request for some additional documentation of information. My test, frankly, with this project has always been, can I explain it to the members and the impact on the fund? And that's why, and thank you for correcting my conflating the two issues. That makes it very clear, but how the heck am I going to explain that to our members? But this has been kind of the challenge all along with respect to the financing of this project, and it was what gave pause to some to even pursue it in the first place. So just wanted to put that on the record.
Thank you, Controller Yee. Back to Ms. Miller and then Mr. Prasad.
I'd like to echo the controllers. Jonathan, I don't think mine, oh, there we go. I'd just like to echo the controller's statement. I do think this information actually in writing in a more concise way is really important that everyone understands. I know there's no guarantees because it all depends on when the sale happens and what's happening with interest rates, but I'd offer, Mr. Chair, if you want to take action today, I completely understand why, if we could maybe just take action in a couple hours and get that in a way that the members can see it. I know this is a tall order, but we could certainly do it at some point today. It doesn't have to be right now. So that's another option so that everyone is clear on and able to digest all of this information.
Sure. So specifically, you're asking for?
I'm asking for a summary of the net present value savings compared to we would have. So I would imagine we'd talk about what the net present value savings were when we discussed this versus today, and then the cost of issuing bonds and the outstanding costs. So I think to the extent that was all summarized, it would be helpful because the bottom line, and I think what Mr. Ruffino is referring to, is there still is this $3 million savings if all else is equal and nobody here has any control necessarily over these markets. But that way we know precisely what we're voting on today. And I do think that's a helpful summary in terms of agreeing to issue these bonds.
Sure. Ms. Underwood?
So perhaps a PowerPoint slide that you actually see would be helpful to show you what that savings at the end of the day after we do all these things that we're saying we have to do to make this happen.
Think about a PowerPoint.
You can see it.
Yep.
I think we can try to put that together before the board meeting ends today.
That'd be
We'll
terrific.
do our best.
That'd be terrific. Ms. Erden, do you have?
Did you say go first? Or
I had Mr. Prasad, he's out.
Okay, I do have a quick thing. If we are going to.
I know how much we've saved, but, I also understand the fact that, some people might need more information. And I think it's a good idea if they feel like they need more information, let's get some more information, but let's try to do it today.
Right.
But I understand that the savings and the rationale for it.
Yeah.
Ms. Erden, you'll have the last comment, and then we'll take a pause on the item, and before the end of close of today, we'll come back with one slide and
I was just going to say an alternative, just to throw it out there, is if you voted on it now, we could still do that work for you, send it out to the board and post it.
we want it in advance.
Yeah.
Okay, that's fine. Ms. Erden?
Thank you. In connection with that slide, I would at least find two things helpful, which if others don't find helpful, table it. One is I just would like confirmation. As I read the materials, it sounds really complex on the structure, but my takeaway from all of that is that we're basically issuing these bonds, and in order to do that, as CalSTRS, we need to do it through this structure. And if that's correct, and let's say that, and then we're using cash to collateralize so that we get away from the issues that, bad choice of words, but considerations and risks that would come up given that the building is not yet substantially complete. If that's correct, I think just a straightforward statement of that when we go back to the slide would be very helpful. Or if not, to let us know kind of when you cut through it, is this more than just a pass-through essentially to facilitate the offering? And then the second thing is we don't want to take rate risk, we heard. We do want to do a financing as soon as we got to a point that gave us enough confidence on the completion and the costs and everything. If that's true, then if we wait, we would basically be financing at 7% for a period of time, but we would be taking that rate risk. And during that time, we might, if we delayed the offering, you could answer that now, or you could answer it when the slide is up there. In other words, we could go floating rate by waiting, essentially at 7% or some lower amount that another lender might give us. But just tell us, I think in that case, we're taking rate risk.
If you need additional bond proceeds for the project, so you've exhausted all the 2019 proceeds plus those earnings, and you haven't issued the bonds, you'll have to draw on the plan at 7% for some period of time.
I see. Okay, so we would not, like during that, we would be saving capitalized interest costs. Anyway, I don't want to take us down that rabbit hole, but when you do the slide, could you just give us the sense of that cost of, or the issue to be delayed essentially?
Regarding floating rate, I'm not sure if that's your question, but we talked about the economics of that, but is that still a question?
That out.
Okay,
take that out.
gotcha.
Just if we were to delay, the risks we would be taking on, I believe, is rate risk. And what we'd be saving is interest capitalization during the period of time that we're funding versus not funding if we wait, essentially.
The bonds, we're not borrowing we're not borrowing for Cap I.
Yeah.
So it's the prepayment coming out of the plan for the August payment has been proposed.
Yeah.
So the Cap I isn't a factor other than if the bonds don't close December 21st and they close some later date, you're not prepaying from the plan that August payment. You're prepaying that in January or February or whenever, if ever, you issue the bonds.
Yeah.
So that's what the trade-off would be.
Thank you. Great. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Okay, so we're going to, before we take a 10-minute break, the task is for the team to put together a slide. We will come back after our 10-minute break, and we will continue with the agenda as it's presented, which is item 5, which is an action item, and then we have a series of information items. At the end of the series of information items, we'd hope that you're prepared to give us that slide, and then we can take action on this. So, that's a good probably hour to get that done, and then come back and present that to us before we go to closed session. Everyone comfortable with that?
It's your homework assignment.
Yeah. Okay, so we're going to take a 10-minute break. Thank you, everyone. We're back in session. Item 5 on the agenda, Joycelyn?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Members of the board, Joycelyn Martinez-Wade, Director of Governmental Relations, and I am here today seeking your approval of 3 different proposals. And so I will start with the legislative proposal, and if the board approves sponsoring this proposal, the next steps would be for staff to find an author in the legislature and seek introduction in the 2023 session. And this proposal seeks to limit the period that members are allowed to backdate their service retirement to within 180 days before the application is received by CalSTRS. This alleviates issues outlined in the board item. It corresponds with experience we've seen in a recent 5-year period where 89% of members who backdated within 6 months. This proposal also has some flexibility for the board to determine implementation because of cost and resource constraints on our new and current pension administration system, so it would be effective upon authorization by the board. That's the proposal in a nutshell. So again, seeking approval of sponsoring that in next year's legislative session.
Controller Yee?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Joycelyn. Just wanted to know if we've had any engagement with the members on this proposal, because I do think there are situations of where there could be some tax consequences.
Yes. So we have spoken to stakeholders on the proposal. Our experience, and I think some of what they have heard too, is that when people do backdate quite a ways back, they do receive a large lump sum of money. We do inform members that that could happen and that their tax liability could increase. There also could be impacts to any income-based benefits and things like that. So I think those concerns are definitely out there, and this would help alleviate those.
All right, thank you.
Anyone else is in the queue? Joycelyn, do you need us to take action on that?
Yeah, one at a time.
Okay.
One at a time.
Would you repeat for the record what you're asking us to take action on, please?
Approval to sponsor this proposal as a piece of legislation in the upcoming session.
Entertain a motion to approve.
And move approval.
Moved by Ms. Hendricks.
Second.
Seconded by Ms. Bradford. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? That passes. And one abstention, Ms. Miller from Department of Finance.
Thank you.
Next, Mr.
Okay, so next on the list, well, we have 2 regulatory proposals, and so these operate a little bit differently. What I'm asking today is for approval to form a drafting team internally that would begin the pre-notice work and work with our stakeholders on what the content of the regulations would be moving forward. We would come back to the board to begin the formal rulemaking process at the appropriate time. The first regulatory proposal is regarding clarification around a requirement for credible compensation for our 2 at 62 members, and that compensation be paid in each pay period services performed. What we're trying to alleviate, as described in the board item, is any confusion in a situation where a member may work for a partial month, for 2 weeks, for, let's say, doesn't get paid until later when they are regularly paid over the rest of their pay periods. And we want to be clear that that is credible compensation. Generally, that's the full-time assignment, and it was not intended that that be excluded from credible compensation when PEPRA passed, but again, there could be confusion, so we want to come up with regulations that will help clarify that. And we bring those back to you at the appropriate time. So the recommendation now is to approve staff forming a drafting team and beginning work on those.
Thank you. Yes, Mr. Prasant.
Why do we have to approve this? I don't get it.
So generally, we're seeking approval to move forward with a proposal, and since it will end up being a formal
You can draft a proposal, but do we have to approve the drafting of a proposed regulation?
So we come to seek your authority for your direction on that, because it does take staff resources. We want to make sure you're aware of what we're going to bring to you in the future as a regulation.
I don't know. I mean, I'd like maybe somebody to look into this. I'm happy to support it, but I don't see why we should be asked to approve staff doing something. This is I would think at the CEO's direction.
Yeah, I think it's the concept of the regulations that is governed under the board's oversight responsibility associated with hearing public comments and all of those activities that are part of the regulatory process. So if you didn't want us to move forward with that amendment of the regulation, then it's approving the amendment to move forward, and then the process continues.
Okay.
Okay.
I would move approval.
Okay, been moved by Ms. Hendricks, seconded by Mr. Tang. Any other discussion or questions? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Abstentions? Motion passes with one abstention, Department of Finance. Next.
And the last regulatory proposal is updates to our penalties and interest regulations. We would like to see updates to these. We're looking at certain scenarios that have come up over the past 10 years or so since the regulations have been in place. And potentially we would be looking at new exemptions. There are some already in the regs, but to the assessment of penalties and interest regulations that may be necessary, as well as potentially outlining the assessment of interest when penalties and interest payments are late to the system.
Any questions? Seeing none, entertain a motion.
Move. Second.
Moved by Ms. Hendricks, seconded by Ms. Bradford. Any questions, discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? Passes with one abstention. Ms. Miller from Department of Finance. Jocelyn, anything else?
Mr. Chair. Yes, I'd like to take a moment to recognize John Stanton, who is our federal lobbyist. He's retiring at the end of the calendar year, and so I wanted to just recognize him for a moment. He's worked with CalSTRS for 32 years, so he's had a very long tenure with us and worked on some very big projects. Our cash balance benefit program, our benefit program for part-time educators. He worked at the federal level to confirm that that is a defined benefit program and we could operate it as such. He's worked for years on the windfall elimination provision in the government pension offset, which is of great concern to our members. And I think one of the most interesting stories, and one that lasted for a good part of his service here at CalSTRS, was on the Elk Hills Naval Petroleum Reserve, which was school lands that were sold, and we had to seek the funding. So there was a sale price, the funding was out there, but the federal government had to transfer that to us, and it took 15 or more years to get all of that to us over a series of payments, which he had to continually remind people about at the federal level and work to get that done. So just with much appreciation, I wanted to say thank you to John, and I know there's a lot of fond memories and great gratitude amongst staff here for his work. So thank you.
I just wanted to mention, Jocelyn, I actually reached out to John this morning just to call. I just thought I'd just pick up the phone and call just to see if he was available. And so we had a chat. And I do want to say, you know, he's served us with distinction. I've had the privilege to walk the halls in DC with him. So he's served our members really well. And I just want the stakeholders in the audience to know I did ask him about the WEP and GPO. And I will say that there's some optimism to be had on the WEP. And I know that he's handing the baton. You know, I think that he understands what our stakeholders and what we as a board want to move at the federal level, and he will make sure that the folks that follow in his footsteps continue those values. And we know, as a person who's affected by the WEP, I'm cheering on the next person to see if we can fix those issues. So it was really good to talk to him, and I'm happy. I think he's worked 42 years total, so he's due for the evolution retirement for him. So anyway.
Thank you, Ms. Hendricks. And Ms. Bell, would you make a note that we follow up with a letter of appreciation on behalf of the board, and we send it to Mr. Stanton in Washington, D.C. for his service and support throughout many, many years to CalSTRS directly and indirectly our members. Thank you very much. Okay, anything else? Thank you.
Thanks, Jocelyn.
So we have a couple of items that are essentially time-stamped that we are going to honor. So we're going to take opportunities of statements from the public for items that are not on the agenda. Are there members of the public that want to address the board for items that are not on the agenda? Don't see anyone.
It's like Diane's.
Okay.
Okay. She's saying no. Diane's saying no.
Okay, there's no one that would like to do that. So At this time, we're going to take a little pause because we have some people at their meeting today that specifically came here for a very bittersweet time in our agenda. And life is like the seasons. Football? No. Life is like the seasons. It's a good song by Frank Sinatra called Cycles. Life is like the seasons. After winter comes the spring. And we've had the great privilege of meeting a remarkable woman who has and represents the best in public service. And my experience has been the journey of life is primarily about the people you get to meet along the way. And little did I know, when I met Rabbi Stephen, who I met first, at the Westin, I don't know if it was the Westin, but it was a hotel in Westwood. And I was there to meet the newly elected controller of the state of California. And I knew that she was going to be serving on the board with me and with us. And the mystery of life is our controller has been an incredible fiduciary, has never, in the 8 years that I've known her, talked about herself. She's always talked about our members, and in the last at least 12 months, as I've spoken with she's always the adult in the room. It's important for us to have adults in the room. And Controller Yee is always the adult in the room. She's always thought about our members, the impact on our members. And in the last year at least, if it's not about the members, it's about her staff that she loves and respects. And in the time of transition, she wanted to make sure that her staff was taken care of. It was never about Controller Yee. And the great mystery of life is the controller has been a tremendous teacher for us. And as a teacher pension fund, it's great to be a student to a marvelous teacher who has become a friend to me. And when we think about public service, when the state of California thinks about public service, we should think of Controller Betty Yee. Her life story is one that should be in the history books, that should be taught to Californians. At our last offsite, Betty being Betty, I looked out of the corner of my eye, and who was she speaking to? But my daughter. She took time to talk to my daughter. I've watched the controller interact with some of the most influential people in the world, literally, when we were in Rome together on climate change. And she treats the most influential people in the world the same way she treats the poorest among us. I think she sees in others that we're all brothers and sisters, eye to eye. And she's never forgotten where she's come from. And you've been a great steward to the state of California in your role as controller. You've been a tremendous fiduciary who's taught us well. You have led on so many important issues for us, Controller Yee. A couple of quotes that will be with me forever. The CalSTRS pension is not a political football. The second one is, this is leadership. You are leadership. You have been our quiet leader behind the scenes. You have been a quiet leader behind the scenes who have guided us so well for so long. 3 things that I would just say in closing before we proceed with some comments and recognitions. 1, Betty, we thank you. Secondly, we love you. And thirdly, we're with you wherever you go. We will be with you.
Yeah.
We will be. From New York, it might be. From New York, it might be. So with that, Controller Yee, thank you for your years of service to the CalSTRS board, our members. You've been a great, great trustee and a tremendous friend. So thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Harry.
We have a little video, I believe. We love videos.
A video?
I'd like to formally welcome Controller Ms. Betty Yee to CalSTRS. We're very honored to have you with us. We look forward to your contribution to our work. On behalf of California's educators, it's great to have you with us. Thank you. Your list of accomplishments on the CalSTRS board are too long to identify today. But let me just highlight 3 areas that you've demonstrated incredible leadership on. 1, the move to a low carbon index and a future of net zero.
This is leadership. It will be an all-of investment branch and board effort going forward.
Secondly, your stewardship when we needed leadership on the Audits and Risk Committee.
I will now call to order the meeting of the Audit and Risk Management Committee.
And thirdly, in our selection of our new Chief Executive Officer.
Well, I'm excited to present the CEO report as a CEO for the first time.
Your leadership will be deeply missed.
Betty, I wanted to thank you for your many years of service working on CalSTRS board. I have thoroughly enjoyed all the time that I have had to work with you over these past 8 years. You are truly going to be missed when you leave. Good luck, and I look forward to seeing you after your service here.
One of the things that I really admire about Betty is just her authenticity. In the boardroom, when we're going through serious discussions on something and there's major debate, Betty will quietly wait and then at the right moment just say a few words of wisdom to kind of steer the direction of the conversation to get us to resolution. And it's something I really appreciate about Betty's leadership.
Hi, Betty. Just wanted to let you know how much I appreciated all the work that you've done at CalSTRS and how much I've appreciated your mentorship on the board. You've done so much for the members and beneficiaries of CalSTRS, and I want to wish you well in your next endeavor. Thanks again. Talk to you later. Bye-bye.
What can I say, Betty? You are a gem of a person, one of the most courageous and contributory public servants I think I've ever encountered. I will miss you so much on this board. You have given me great insight on what it means to be a good board member. All I can say is that we'll miss you terribly, and I hope to see more of you in public life. Big hugs. Love you, Betty.
Betty, thank you for your service. Thank you for your leadership. You are an inspiration to all of us. Best wishes on all your future endeavors.
Betty, my favorite quote is by Maya Angelou. It's, I've learned that people will forget what you said, people will forget what you did, but people will never forget how you made them feel. And when I think of all our years serving together, my years working for you and the years working with you, the way you made me feel and others feel as though our voices matter, our opinions mattered, and that we were all capable of living a life of purpose and service has truly meant the world to me. And I am so grateful
Betty, I have served a lot of board members in my 22 years, as you know well, and I can say without a doubt, you were in the Hall of Fame as one of the best board members I've ever seen. Thank you for your service. Thank you for just your solid commitment of coming to our board as an elected official and participating and contributing so much. I wish you all the best in the future, and I bet our paths will cross again.
Congratulations, Betty, on the wonderful 8 years serving on the CalSTRS board. I've learned so much from you in my short time here. You've been an unwavering champion for our members. On behalf of myself and the State Superintendent of Public Instruction, I want to thank you for a job well done. You will definitely be missed.
Controller Yee, Betty, thank you for your exemplary leadership and stewardship and your tireless commitment to outstanding public service. Your engagement, your wisdom, your humility, your empathy, your courage, and more shines bright for the benefit of all. You leave big shoes to fill and will be greatly missed.
It has been such a wonderful experience having Betty on our CalSTRS board. The time, energy, and dedication she has given to the teachers of California, helping make sure that our pension is secure, has just been incomparable to anyone, and we so appreciate that. Betty, thank you for the mentorship. I will remember it forever and continue to do my very best for the teachers of California, and I hope that our paths cross again in the future.
I am really blessed and truly lucky to be able to get a glimpse of what greatness is all about, and Betty exemplifies that.
Betty, I guess I get to do this for two reasons, not just because of our relationship, but also being a board member. And probably as the newest board member, I can't share all the positive experiences all the others might have shared, but I know our relationship, I'm very appreciative of all the insight and wisdom you've shared with me through the years. Good luck to you. Look forward to working with you in the future. Thank you, Betty.
Hi, Betty. I wanted to wish you all the best and to say thank you again for all the wonderful opportunity to work with you and represent you these past 8 years. You're amazing, and I really appreciate all of the things that I've learned from you, your leadership, your mentorship, the importance of always doing the right thing even when it's hard, and the passion and urgency you bring to these really important issues. I know that you're going to do great things the next act, and I want to say thank you for everything, especially for your friendship.
So Betty, I just wish you all the best in your evolution, if you will, your next chapter. It's been a pleasure to serve with you, an honor. I've learned so much from you about how to lead with integrity, with wisdom, and insight. It's just been a pleasure to serve with you so long on the CalSTRS board, and I wish you all the best.
You've epitomized the best in public service. You've been an incredible trustee on the CalSTRS board. You've been a great friend to me personally. We will miss you, we admire you, and we love you. Thanks for everything, Betty. So I think we have some members of the public who would also like to speak. Teresa, I think we have revenue streams in the future with all these movies you guys are making. There's a revenue stream. That's the unfunded obligation right there.
Some YouTube, some ads.
So we, as the members of the public come to the microphone, to keep it just going smoothly, just make your comments and then the next person introduce themselves and we'll let it flow through.
All right. I'm Joe Bartel. I'm on the board of directors of the California Teachers Association. I'm honored to stand here next to...
Hello, everyone. I'm E. Toby Boy, president of the California Teachers Association.
He kept saying he wasn't going to speak, but I slipped that one in, so it was good. I'll pay for that later. We just want to thank you on behalf of the 310,000 educators represented by CTA for your diligence, for your hard work, for your dedication to protecting the fund and protecting the pension that educators work decades for, to retire with dignity. Your thoughtfulness and discussions, your your stewardship, you've been a rock. I've been coming as my 5th year, I've been coming to these meetings, and I've witnessed many hard, difficult conversations. And through it all, you have been like cool as a cucumber, and you are just like this guiding light, and you are the voice of reality, and you bring people together, and you have helped this board on so many journeys, and it has been awe-inspiring to watch you do this. The one thing that for me personally, as an educator myself, that has meant a lot and most to me is seeing how you have prioritized this in your role as controller. I don't remember being at a meeting that you have not been at. And to me, that means a lot, because it shows that you truly care and you're dedicated about this. And I am certain that we are going to see many more great things from you. I'm sad to see you leave this board and to not be able to see you quarterly or more often. But just thank you from the bottom of our hearts. Thank you from all the educators in California for everything you've done, protecting our pensions and making sure that we dedicate a career and we have something to look forward to when we're done giving to the community. So thank you very much.
Betty, I'm still Orville Garrison, still president of CTA NEA Retired, as Harry chose to magnify at the last off-site meeting in Mill Valley. But I'm here today as the delivery man for this retired affiliate. And I'm here to present to you a letter and a certificate of recognition and appreciation on behalf of the 21,000 members of CTA NEA Retired. We too have noticed your constancy and your professionalism as you perform your duties as a member of the CalSTRS board. And we take very seriously and are very appreciative of the commitment that you personally have made by your being here every time. It's noted. It has been noticed. We wish you very much the best in your future endeavors. And I am assured by Diane that she will see to it that you receive this certificate and letter. Thanks very much.
Hi, Betty. You don't know me. I'm kind of new to this game. My name is Ron Breyer. I'm president of the California Retired Teachers Association. I want to thank you from the bottom of all the hearts of not only our 34,000 members, but for everybody that you've helped. You have a really massive job as a controller, and yet you were able to take some time to think about us old folks. And we really, really do appreciate your effort. Thank you.
You know me, Jennifer Baker. Gosh, I'm having a Dana moment. I wanted to thank you for commanding excellence, for commanding leadership, for expecting resiliency. You have always been there to listen. Even when people don't agree, and even when you haven't agreed, you listened with respect, and you always offered practical solutions in a way that made people feel welcome and part of the process. That's rare. I work with a lot of elected officials, and I could count on one hand the kind of person that you are, especially as a leader. It's what we need as a state. And I want to thank you not only for all of the advocacy work, but just as a California citizen, it's been an honor for me to have someone like you representing us. And I hope that we get to have more people like you with the leadership skills that you have, because you make us all better people. You make us want to improve. You have improved CalSTRS at such tremendous levels that our members and retirees are going to be benefiting for decades. On behalf of all of the individuals that you've benefited, I really want to say thank you from the bottom of my heart.
Board members, educators, and others listening in or attending,
My name's Peter Morse. I'm the Retirement Committee Chair for the Faculty Association of the California Community Colleges. That's the only professional membership organization advocating for all of California's 40,000 community college faculty members. Looking through the independent auditor's report this morning, and then as we heard this afternoon, I was struck by how CalSTRS now directly serves over 1 million members, retirees, and beneficiaries, and of course it affects millions more. Controller Yee, that's millions of Californians who can thank you for years-long leadership, guidance, and engagement in such a crucial part of their retirement financial security. CalSTRS has gone through lots of senior management and investment changes and challenges over the past few years, from the exit of a longtime CEO to the implementation of the collaborative model and RMS, to the Net Zero Pledge, to the Pension Solution Project, and the expansion of the CalSTRS headquarters. You've been a steady hand and a reasonable voice through all of this, and you've led with kindness and respect, as we heard. It's not lost on any of us that in your role as the Chief Fiscal Officer of the world's 5th largest economy, that you've countless things that demand your attention every single day. Yet you've made it a priority to be here at CalSTRS meetings, protecting teachers' pensions. We're grateful for you, we thank you, and we'll miss you. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Doug Orr. I'm the chair of the Retirement Policy Committee for the California Federation of Teachers. And not to repeat everything that everybody else has said, we just want to thank you for your many years of service to the people of California and especially to the teachers of California. You've brought decades of knowledge about financial markets to this board. And that has been really, really useful because you've led the board in adopting the investment belief number 8, which was to the alignment of interests between CalSTRS and its members, and you've pushed consistently for increasing diversity amongst internal managers, amongst external managers, and diversity within the organization itself. I think you've been a speaker at all 3 of the diversity meetings that STRS and PERS put together, but even more important to that, to me, is your leadership on climate change. Because as several people have already mentioned, CalSTRS is now an international leader in pushing to try to deal with the issue of climate change. And as anybody who's ever been to one of these meetings knows, this issue can be pretty contentious. And somehow, through all of that, you managed to be level-headed and continuously pushing us forward to deal with the issue of climate change. And on that, everyone in the world thanks you.
Controller Yee, my name is Kevin Welch. I'm chair of CTA Retirement, but I'm also speaking as a teacher. This is my 25th year teaching high school, and every time I meet a new teacher, I'm telling them about the benefits of CalSTRS, that you, along with the other board members, take such a fiduciary responsibility, and most people have no idea what that means. I tell them, you will realize this later on after your career, when your career ends. And I want to thank you for that, taking that to heart, because every meeting I've been here with here at the board or on Zoom, I see this. I see how you take it to heart, your fiduciary responsibility to the state of California, to our members. I also see the frankness that you have in your conversations because you take everything so seriously. And from the bottom of my heart, as an individual, as a teacher, I want to thank you, as well as behalf of the 300,000+ current CTA members. I also would like to thank you as well for what you have done for the state of California and for our members. Thank you. And I know we'll see you again. So looking forward to the next act.
Ed Folia, California Teachers Association, a retired CalSTRS member since 1957. And I want to speak on behalf of the 55,000 members who retired prior to 1999. And when we needed that extra help, you were there. But you've been there for us for a long period of time. I could remember when we had a challenge of trying to fill our retirement seat. You didn't say very much openly, but you worked behind the scenes. It took us 7 years, but we got it. I just want to say thank you. I could repeat everything that has been said about you. But in this day where office holders have lost touch with the people they represent, you are a role model of what an office holder should do in order to fulfill your obligations. For that, we all benefit. And again, I'd like to echo what others said. Hopefully, we will see you again. Thank you.
I will be brief. Pat Geyer, retired teacher. Betty, I've enjoyed watching you and working with you, and I wish you good luck and happiness in your new activities, and we will miss you.
Thanks, everyone, from the members of the public that are here today. Especially want to acknowledge the president of the California Teachers Association, Mr. Toby Boyd, for taking time to be with us today. We admire your leadership and all that you've done for the students and the educators of our state during your tenure as president. Thanks for being here today, Toby.
Thank you.
With that, before we move on to the next items on the agenda, I wonder if there are any members of the committee who want to add anything to what has already been said, or we can turn it over to Controller Yee. Superintendent Thurman.
Betty's been struggling listening to all these accolades, but you deserve it. And I'm not just saying that because you signed my paycheck the last 8 years either. Or the 2,500 employees at the California Department of Education, or all of the folks who work for the state of California. Thank you. I would echo the things that you heard that Betty represents: integrity at a time when there's almost no civility anymore in public service. You know, just hearing you all day say, what do the members think about this? What do the members think about that? Is true, the way you focus in on the needs of the constituents that we are honored to represent. And the constituents that we're serving here in CalSTRS represent our brightest and our best, our children. And they deserve to see a public servant who carries himself with civility at a time when all discourse has gone out the window, at a time when people make political statements through violence, that you are the standard bearer. Many of you don't know this. Betty travels all over the state to speak with aspiring public servants on a regular basis, to champion all kinds of issues that are about the quality of life. She's used her service as controller to speak on how we can address the issues of the day. The environment was mentioned, affordable housing, and so many others. So I just want to say how much I want to echo what everyone has said, but I would like to just add one more observation, because I've watched you mentor so many public servants. I can honestly say, over the last 16 years, I've watched you, because I've been one of those people that you mentored, and that you would even take a moment to speak to someone who really was an upstart. And you didn't have to, and I watch you continue to do that. We talked about it today. She's doing it for a young person who's trying to serve their community, and you've made that the hallmark of your career. You're a class act. You are an original. Big shoes to follow. And you've made our state better for your service here at CalSTRS and as a public servant. And we all owe you a debt of thanks. And Thank you for introducing me to Rabbi Stephen, who's in the room as well. If you didn't know, they have made quite the tag team.
Seriously.
Let's not go down that road now. It's a public meeting.
Well, I'm just talking about public service and advocacy. You don't do this work without the support of your family. And when the difficult moments come, you turn to those who never want anything from you for your vote or your statement. And they're not afraid to call you on a policy issue, and Rabbi Stephen's willing to do that. And so you all have role modeled also just how you balance the importance of public service and family and commitment to community. And so I'm grateful to have been among those who you've mentored, and then to become colleagues and to be able to work together and to watch you set the standard for all of us. When she's crisscrossing the state, I just think, I literally said this week to someone, no one has more energy than Betty Yee, because she crisscrosses every part of the state to speak to our constituents. And I always think, how in the world does she do it? And then I think, how am I supposed to do that? The point is that you make everyone important, because everyone is important. And I really want to thank you for your friendship, your mentorship, and for your incredible service to the state of California. Congratulations. I love you too. Thank you.
Thank you, Superintendent. Yeah. Controller Yee, you have the final word.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. First, let me just say I would not be here but for the educators of California. And as a daughter of immigrants who didn't speak English until she entered kindergarten, to be sitting here now as the CFO of the fifth largest economy is pretty awesome. And I don't forget how that happened. And I just think about how for each of us, I think we can always reflect back on that person who made a difference in our lives, particularly an educator, a teacher. And that has always been my guiding light. And I am still in touch with many of the teachers with whom I've had the opportunity to learn from. I have a lot of gratitude. My heart is filled with gratitude. But first, let me just say to my husband, Rabbi Stephen Jacobs, I could not be doing this without the support, the unwavering support, the understanding about what it takes to be in public life. It is brutal on the best of days, but I will say that even with all of its challenges, the most rewarding aspects of public service is putting in the time and really trying to make a difference for people. And so, and my husband's sitting in the back, and I love you. Thank you. And I have had, for the past 8 years, the wonderful, wonderful privilege of working with a stellar team in the Controller's office. Lynn Paquin, who all of you know, who's been my Deputy Controller for Investments. Karen Green-Ross, my Chief of Staff. It's a rare occasion when you meet colleagues who are just really on the same page. And I have to say, you've made it easy for me. And it has been just the most rewarding time of my public service career. To have a majority of my senior staff as women, I have to say, makes a difference. But also, these are public servants in their own right. They have had stellar track records in terms of what they have done for the people of California. And so to both Lynn and Karen, I'm truly, truly grateful and indebted. To the members of this board, I serve as controller, as the treasurer does, on dozens of boards. This experience has been unparalleled, unmatched. There's nothing like this board. And I'm sure that a lot that has to do with the mission of what we're all about. And I don't think we need reminding about what this is all about. But I just think, and Toby, thank you for being here, and all of the people who have spoken today. You are the courageous ones who have sacrificed so much to just give of yourselves, to develop, so many minds who are going to be, leading our communities and leading our state, leading our world. And this is the least that we can do for you. And that's how I feel. This is about how we make sure that you have the dignity of a retirement security at the end of your work life. And I hope someday you can be paid for what you are worth, because that is, this truly is a labor of love, I know, for all of you. But as I think about the work that I've had the great opportunity to do over the last 8 years with so many of you on this board, so many memorable occasions, so many groundbreaking things that we have done, but I really meant it most recently when I talked about how this CalSTRS is about leadership. It is recognized throughout the world because of what we are seeing relative to the talent throughout this organization, throughout this enterprise, because of the support of this board, who understands that this is about really providing for our members. And I look forward to coming to these meetings. I look forward to just always diving in and looking at how we can make things better. But as I think about the future, and the superintendent alluded to this, these are some rough waters right now politically. And I don't believe politics has a place at CalSTRS. But we're going to be confronted with it. And frankly, it's going to be one of those risks that we talk about. And that is we have, and we've been very happy to welcome those who have had opinions about various actions with respect to our fund, whether it be divestment. We now have a growing chorus that's talking about anti-ESG out in the world. And I just hope that as I leave this board, and I'm with my colleagues who will continue to serve on this board, that we just keep our eye on the prize. And this is about good investing. And to Chris Ailman and Scott and the whole investment team, I can't say enough about just the leadership you bring to that. This is about good investing, sound investing. It's not about politics. And I do hope that someday that as we continue the course, that we will see that we have done our part to lead in creating a more sustainable world for our future generations. And I think we will do it. I just want to also end by saying, so much of what drives my service is my 99-year-old mother. And she will turn 100 next April. And I just wake up every day and not only try to make her proud, but I think about the sacrifice that she had to make as an immigrant to this country with my father. And you do really just see a lot of that as your parents get older, particularly when they're immigrants. And I had a recent occasion to go through some of her materials and found, and some of you know my parents had a laundry and dry cleaning business, which was the family business for 30 years. And my father, when he first came to this country, was apprentice in the laundry business in San Francisco, Chinatown. I found his old union card recently from the early 1950s. And as I looked through that, it just kind of, everything fell into place for me. And the service that I have been so privileged to be able to do will not end. It may take a different form in this next chapter. But I would just say to all of you, just wake up every day and just really feel really proud about what you have to contribute. This board has been awesome. It's a collegial board, Mr. Chair, Ms. Vice Chair. The example that you set in terms of the tenor of this board, again, speaking to what the superintendent was talking about, I mean, civility, we get a lot done when we are able to be just respectful to one another. So I just want to thank all of you for the tremendous honor of being able to serve in this capacity. I will miss my team. I will miss all of you. And who knows, I may end up being in a classroom part-time in the future. So but this is...
we have openings.
I know you do. You've made it easy to get a credential.
Recruiting.
I know you are. But this is really about a debt of gratitude to the teachers. And, for a kid who just didn't think that she would ever go to college or had any opportunity to really make much of her life, I am really deeply grateful. So thank you to all of you for the kind words, and I will miss you all, and I love you. Thank you.
Okay, with that, let's go to our next item. Let's go move along.
Business, right?
Yeah, mine.
On that note.
The information items, items 6, 7, and 8. So basic financial statements, Julie Underwood. And if you could introduce your colleague, because I don't want to botch his name, please.
Again, Julie Underwood, Chief Financial Officer, and I'm here with Benki Fatunla. He is our Senior Financial Reporting Manager, and we are presenting CalSTRS June 2022 basic financial statements.
This is a 15-minute, maximum 15-minute information item.
Yep.
Thank you.
As some of you heard in the ARM committee this morning, our financial statements were audited by our external auditor, Crow. They issued an unmodified opinion, which is a clean opinion, which means it's free of material misstatements and presented fairly in all material respects. And this just couldn't be accomplished without the hard work and dedication of my team, as well as others in the organization that really make high-quality financial reporting a priority for the organization. And so I thank every one of them that helped put this together. I would like to point out that our prior financial reports are award-winning, and that information is back in Cassandra's CEO report in item number 2. And new this year, we included some noteworthy figures from the financial statements and put them in a summary format for you for your reference, and that's on page 2 of the board item. Also new this year, we included some information about our GASB standards that Benki's going to talk about in just a few moments. So I'm going to turn it over to him so that he can provide you with highlights from this year's financials.
Thank you, Julie. So thank you. I too would like to echo the same statements of thanks to the various people across the organization that are involved in preparing the financial statements. Although there is a significant amount of information in this report, in this presentation, I will provide more of a high-level overview of the financial statements and its various sections. Also highlight certain noteworthy information and provide a summary on some of the new accounting guidance we implemented in the current year and those that we're monitoring for potential future impacts to CalSTRS financial reporting. So the financial statements are included in this item as an attachment. And as I go through the presentation, I will reference certain pages within the attachment, and those page numbers are on the top right corner of the attachment. So to start, the financial statements are composed of 4 sections. The first being the management's discussion and analysis, or MD&A. There's a basic financial statements, the required supplementary information section, and the other supplementary information section. The MD&A serves as an introduction to the financial statements, and it provides a readable, analytical overview of CalSTRS financial statements. The basic financial statements are made up of the statement of fiduciary net position, and the statement of changes in fiduciary net position, and the related footnote disclosures, or note disclosures rather. The statement of fiduciary net position is essentially the balance sheet for CalSTRS, and it shows our assets and liabilities as of the end of the fiscal year, and the differences between those, between the assets and liabilities are presented as net position. The changes, the statement of changes in the fiduciary net position serves as what you term in the private industry as the income statement, and that shows all the changes throughout the year that impacted net position. Those include things like inflows such as contributions and investment gains, as well as outflows or expenses such as benefit payments and various other administrative expenses. So the required supplementary information section, that section includes certain disclosures that are required by certain standards that we present on the state teachers retirement plan, as well as information on other post-employment benefit our post-employment benefit plan, the Medicare payment premium program. It's a lot of P's in that word. And the last section is the other supplementary information section, and that provides some additional details on administrative and investment expenses. It shows a breakdown of administrative expenses as well as details on the various vendors we pay for administrative and investment expenses, or services rather. So as I noted, I'll be pointing out certain noteworthy information within the financial statements. So if you could turn with me to page 23 of the attachment, which shows the statement of fiduciary net position, you will note at the bottom left corner that net position for CalSTRS as of June 30, 2022 was $301.8 billion. And that reflects a decrease from the prior year, which is detailed on the following page on the statement of changes in fiduciary net position. If you turn to the next page, which shows the statement of changes in fiduciary net position, you'll note that net position decreased from $312 billion to approximately $301.8 billion. And the main driver for this change was our net investment losses of $7.5 billion, and that's due to the negative return we had in the current year. Now, within our financial statements, we disclose what we call the money-weighted rate of return, which for the current fiscal year, or for the fiscal year 21-22, was negative 2.4%. Now, this is different from the rate of the return of negative 1.3% that was reported by the investment branch. And that's because that rate is based on a time-weighted methodology, and that reflects the measure that's based on investment industry standards and practices. The difference with the money-weighted return is that it's more of a gap measure, and it reflects the investment portfolio performance, considering the impacts of cash flows, inflows and outflows. So the net investment losses were slightly offset by increases in member, employer, and state contributions of $1.6 billion. And that's driven mostly due to an increase in active members and credible compensation during the fiscal year. As was mentioned, this year, we saw our membership go above 1 million members. That was a 2.1% increase from the last year, going from 981,000 members, retirees, and beneficiaries to approximately 1 million. Another noteworthy figure is the total benefit payments that we've made during the year. In total, we paid about $17.5 billion in benefits, which is an approximate increase of $1 billion or 5% from the prior year. And this trend is rather consistent. That's been the increase year over year for some time. And that increase is due to increases in the number of beneficiaries, the population of beneficiaries, as well as a 2% adjustment to allowances that members receive every year. And that is a simple, I'll just note that that's a 2% simple increase. It's not compounded for the members. Something else that's worth noting is in footnote number 3 of the financial statements, and that's on page 35 of the attachment. This footnote discloses information on CalSTRS' net pension liability. Rather, to be specific, the net liability of the state teachers' retirement plan, or the STRIP, as we call it, at least in finance. The net pension liability as of June 30, 2022 was $69.5 billion. Now, this information is based on generally acceptable accounting principles. It's different from the disclosures or the information that we provide in the valuation reports, which are for funding purposes. It's also important to note that we don't actually report this liability on our balance sheet or on our statement of fiduciary net position. This is the liability that's attributable to the employers and the state, and the accounting guidance requires them to show their proportionate share of this liability on their financial statements. So one other thing to note is one thing that we do as within the financial services branch is we actively monitor new accounting standards issued by the GASB. And we evaluate them each year to know what the impacts are to CalSTRS financial statements. And during the current year, we implemented one new standard, which was GASB 87 on leases. And what this standard did was it required us to account for certain arrangements that were previously recorded as operating leases. And we were required to now recognize an asset and a liability for these arrangements. Now, this didn't have a significant impact on CalSTRS. However, we did implement it and added new procedures and processes to our accounting for these types of arrangements. Looking forward, there are certain new standards that have been issued by the GASB that we're continuing to monitor, and those are detailed on the board item agenda that summarizes them in a tabular form. But I wanted to point out one of them that we're looking at in the current fiscal year, which is GASB 96, which relate to subscription-based information technology arrangements. And what this standard requires is for us to account for, to recognize certain assets and liabilities for any software assets that we've acquired the right to use under certain subscription-based arrangements. And we don't expect that this will have a significant impact to CalSTRS, but again, we are looking at the accounting and we will be making sure that we're recognizing what we need to under the new guidance. So that concludes my prepared remarks, and you can let me know if you have any questions.
Any questions or comments on the information item before us? Seeing none. Ms. Hendricks?
Sorry to
Sure.
plug in real quick. I just had a question. I read in the write-up that it talked about who sees this report. Like it goes to the controller, to the governor. Do I have the right? Yeah. And the legislature and other entities, persons as appropriate. I guess I'm just, sometimes you kind of gloss through this, and I just spent more time reading through the report. I can see why we win awards, first of all. If you read this, if anyone sits down and reads this, it's like, it just covers everything about who we are. It's our board, it's the stuff about, sustainability, and I just found it, I was shocked to myself that I was like, wow, I'm reading the financial report and it's really fascinating. And I've been on this board for, a while. So I just wondered, are there, do we share it with the legislature, and is there some kind of interpretation conversation that happens? Is it just, I know it's probably a document, obviously to just disclose information about who we are, but are there ways that, we use it in terms of relationships with the legislature or other bodies that help people understand what we do at CalSTRS? Because the legislature, obviously, there's a lot of churn in that. And so I just wondered how we might use this, or how the staff thinks about using this report out in the public, besides the whole, we have to disclose and we have to do this report every year. So
I think you can speak more specifically to the back and forth that we have. But I know that the state does read it, because they do ask us questions on occasion on certain sections. Yes, and so we do have to respond to those inquiries. But just in terms of additional back and forth, are you aware of any?
No. So the state does include our financial information within their financial statements. So we are required to make certain disclosures to them. But the basic use of the financial statements for any organization is really to be able to evaluate their performance and what they're about. And this is certainly a document that that's out there for the public. And even as we talk about issuing bonds, it's something that certainly investors will be looking at closely to really understand who we are and what we're about. We do have requirements under law to provide certain information, and so this is one of the mechanisms that we fulfill that requirement in the teachers' retirement law to provide certain information to the legislature on an annual basis.
But we love to hear that you read it.
I think you can offer basic financial statements. Everyone sees those and we understand the purpose of that. To me, the way it's presented, the way it's communicated, to me, it just captures more of even the culture and the kind of unique nature of who we are at CalSTRS. So I appreciated, I feel like we kind of went above and beyond the basic financial statements or disclosure required. So, yeah.
Yeah, appreciate you pointing that out. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Item 7 on the agenda, again, is an information item. David Lamoureux and Rick Reed.
The actuary.
This is the funding levels and risk report. David and Rick, you have 30 minutes, but given the time, David, you with me?
I was looking.
Yeah. Okay. I just, no, you don't. I don't want you to be very brief. This is an important item, but it's informational and it's future looking. And it would be very easy for us to really dive into this report in great detail. I don't think, given the time or where we're at, that's necessary. So if you could keep it at high level, and we have 30 minutes, but why don't we try to get it to 20? And that would include your presentation as well as any questions or comments. So let me turn it over to you.
Thank you very much. Rick Reed, System Actuary, members of the board. We're going to conduct our annual discussion of funding levels and risk, and I'm going to turn it over to David. I do want to say that this year's been very challenging financially, but we have a long-term plan. So I'm not particularly worried about the situation we find ourselves in economically. We're in the long term. I think the plan is still on track, and David will go into details. So I would not panic, even if people outside of CalSTRS do. So with that, and at the end of the conversation, I have about a minute of other comments to make. So at this point, I'm going to turn it over to David.
Thank you, Rick. And again, I think you'll see from my presentation, that's going to be our main message today. The funding plan is working. I think we're just going to highlight a few things today. And, we've been keeping track of multiple risks through this report: longevity risk, investment risk, and also risk related to how many teachers we have in our system. You've heard that we are now back. We've hit 1 million members. And when we look at the active teachers, because those are the ones for which we receive contributions. And if you remember last year, we reported that number had dropped down. We saw a return to what we call pre-COVID level. This year, we've highlighted this on this chart. You can see from the 3 red bars at the back. We're back now to about 450,000 active teachers. So what we just want to show you, just because we thought you might find this interesting, you've got 2 charts on this page, and this is information we don't have in the report. The red bars at the top represents the teachers who left the active workforce for the last 5 fiscal years. And at the bottom in blue, you have those who became active in the last 5 fiscal years. And I just want you to look at the 2021, because that's the year where we lost a lot of teachers. And you can see, you had heard before about more retirements than usual. But what's really obvious when you look here, we had about 40% more than usual teachers leaving the workforce in that fiscal year. Now, what's interesting is if you look at last year, 21-22, we had 32,000 new teachers, one of the highest number we've ever seen. But on top of that, we had 14,000 teachers who returned to work, who had left the workforce. That also is more than twice what we have seen in usual years. So just we thought you might find this interesting, how COVID really had an impact on our members. So another thing we keep an eye on is enrollment in K-12 and community colleges. So we've seen the drops, I think, back in May on K-12. We had a request for some information regarding community colleges, and we just want you to see this. Although the numbers are smaller, community colleges really saw big drops since COVID, about a 20% drop in enrollment. But what's interesting here is the program we administer that was most impacted by this drop in enrollment is not our defined benefit program. It's our cash balance program, where a lot of our part-time community college teachers go, and that program has seen a 20% drop in active members since COVID. The good thing on that program is it's not really impacted funding-wise by the number of teachers, but it seems that that's where we saw most of the impact of that drop in enrollment. And with respect to the future, unfortunately, community colleges, there are no projections available of what they expect. On K through 12, Department of Finance provides sometime annually, sometimes every 3 years, an update. Just in September, 2 months ago, their most recent update was published, and it's still projecting about a 9% decline in K through 12 enrollment over the next decade. So we'll keep an eye on that to see if it ever, how it might materialize with respect to number of teachers, but just want you to see the most recent projection. And with this, Rick mentioned last year the investment return. As you know, we had a negative investment return last fiscal year. What we wanted to show you is what it has done to our projected funding. And the first line you see on this chart, because I wanted you to keep this in mind, we're showing you what was expected when the funding plan was adopted, because that's key here. This is what was envisioned when the funding plan was adopted, when the contribution rates were set. So that's our red line. This is last year after our 27% return. Remember, we told you we were ahead of schedule. You can see it here, it's obvious. Now with the negative return this year, that's the message from our report. We're still ahead of schedule, but not as much as we were the year before. So we're still in a good place. We're still in a favorable place to be able to handle a recession. So that's the main message from here today from our report is we're still slightly ahead of schedule on our path to full funding. And when it comes to contribution rates, if you remember in May, you voted to keep both the state contribution rate and the employer contribution rate at existing levels, 8.328 and 19.1. We just kind of wanted to give you a preview of what you can expect to see in May. We intend to recommend again that both contribution rates stay at their existing level. And what you see in the right column of that table here is if we were to keep those contribution rates at existing level through time, when would the employer and the state be done paying their share of the unfunded liability? The employers are on track to pay it off by 2046, and the state is still quite ahead of schedule. Right now, they're on track to pay it off by 2028. And that's key because I want you to remember this. We'll talk about shortly about some of the features of the funding plan we're keeping an eye on. And that one, although it's good news, they could pay it off sooner, it leads to potential, I don't want to say complications, but things we're going to keep an eye on, and we'll show you. Which leads us to, you've seen, you've heard Rick say it, the funding plan works. So we decided we'll put here on this slide kind of what we like about the funding plan and the things that maybe concern us a little bit as actuaries. It works. We're making progress toward full funding. For the employers, it works great because their rate is not very sensitive to investment volatility. And you've got a lot of predictability in the rate. But when you look at when we do a lot of modeling where we try to see like what could happen and what could prevent us from reaching full funding, each time we run into issues is generally on the state side of our unfunded liability. Especially, we've talked about it for years, the 0.5% limit on how we can increase the state contribution rate. You have you look at the third bullet on the left, that unallocated portion, which right now we don't have one right now because of the good return we've had 2 years ago. Even the negative return last year has not created an unfunded liability there again, but we are at risk. If we have another investment, another year where returns are negative, we could see one. One aspect that I think at some point in the future will have to be addressed is the fact our funding plan goes away in 2046. It's still 23 years, 24 years from now, but that time will come where someone will have to decide, okay, what do we do? Do we make it permanent? But the second bullet there is the one I want you to pay attention. I'll show some examples after is by law, once the state is done paying their share of the unfunded liability, their supplemental rate goes down to 0. So right now they're paying the state is paying the base rate of 2%, plus the rate set by the board. Last year, the board adopted a rate of 6.3, a supplemental rate. That's why they're paying 8.3. So that 6.3 will go down to 0 the moment that the state share is paid, which means if we ever need to increase it again, we start from 0. So that's the thing to watch for. And I just will show you 3 quick examples, just so you can see visually what we mean by this. So what we thought we would look, since the markets have been quite volatile this year, we thought, let's just look at what if we have a negative 5% return at 3 different points in time. So the first example here is what if it happens this year? So you have, I think we've shown you this kind of chart in the past. So in the top hand side, you have the projected funded status. The bottom left, it's a line showing the employer rate and the state contribution rate. And then that box there tells you, can the employer still pay their share by 2046, yes or no? And if not, what the amount is. And what I wanted to point you here is, if you see, if we have a negative 5% return this fiscal year, we can still reach near full funding. We would be 99% funded by 2046, solely because of that unallocated. It would be about $8 billion in 2046. Again, it would require rate increases for the state, none for the employers. But again, we can pretty much reach near full funding. Now, if that negative 5 happens 2 years from now, in 24, 25, again, we can reach near full funding. Both the employer and the state share are paid. The state rate, again, has to go up. The unallocated, in this case, again, unpaid, about $8.5 billion by 2046. But it's the next one I want you to pay attention. If it happens in 29-30, so about 7 years from now, after the state has paid their share, so their rate has now dropped to 2%. So from that point forward, we're going to become very vulnerable to a negative return. As you can see here, if that happened, we're only going to be 84% funded by 2046, and the state would still have an unfunded of about $112 billion. So that's really what we have to to keep an eye on going forward, is if we ever reach that, which should normally be a positive event, the state is done paying their share of the unfunded liability. We should be happy about that. But because of that one feature in the funding plan that would force their supplemental rate down to 0, it would put us possibly in a position where we might not be able to react to a negative return. So that's one thing we're going to keep an eye on. So that kind of brings me to what we wanted you to start to slowly think about. So do you remember when the funding plan was passed? There was checkpoints that were inserted into so every 5 years, we're asked to provide a report to the legislature on the progress of the funding plan. We did our first progress report in 2019. That report is available on our website. The next one is 2024. It's coming soon. It's 18 months from now. So what we're probably going to do next year is, at some point before we issue the next report, we're going to need to have a discussion as to what do we want the message of our next report to the legislature to be? Do we want to start highlighting some of these features that could prevent us from reaching full funding? And we can highlight them, and then at some point, we're also going to have a discussion. And what do we do? Do we just highlight them, leave it as is? Do we suggest that changes be made? And again, we're talking about multi-year discussions if we ever go down that path. But we just wanted you to start thinking that probably next year, maybe a year from now, we're going to start to have those discussions with you. And just as an FYI, we listed it as a optional reading in the agenda item. The LAO did publish a report in March of 2021. They entitled it Strengthening the CalSTRS Funding Plan. And they talked about some of those features, which just discussed they were included in that report as well. So, and those are the only remarks that we had. So we'll be happy to answer any questions you may have.
Jennifer. Thank you, Sharon. And thank you, Rick and David, for a terrific report and terrific work. It's super quick and really doesn't need an answer today, but as we move forward toward May, I'm sure you're looking at this, but the pattern of the expected outflows from the fund can also have a big impact in an environment of investment volatility. And if you can just keep us posted, not in the moment, but later, if you ever see anything about the patterns that are developing that would put additional risk, were we to have a bigger outflow at a time when the pool might be below its fair value due to market action.
We will.
Thank you.
Just also so you know this is going to be also an integral part of the ALM study as well.
Great. It's a terrific report. Thank you.
Thanks, Jennifer. Gail.
Thank you. An amazing job. The way you describe it, I think, is phenomenal. To take something so complicated and really boil it down is truly, truly amazing. In terms of, I'm going to ask the question now on the SBMA and the defined benefit plan in terms of how you're accounting for inflation and what that means to the plan, just so that we're thinking ahead. And then I will say at a future time, in terms of agendizing some of the questions, I do think it's really important to delve into that, because you sort of saw the trajectory of risk that's potentially coming to our fund. So I would encourage us to, at a later date, have that conversation around what should be included and what we should be thinking about. But maybe instead of doing it later, Mr. Lamoureux, if we could just talk now about the impact of inflation and how you've accounted for it.
Yeah, so when it comes to inflation, as you know, there's item 10, it's an information consent item about SBMA. So if you think about inflation, when it comes to the high inflation we've seen lately, and if you look at the defined benefit program, it's not necessarily a bad thing when it comes to inflation, if we have high inflation for the defined benefit programs, because keep in mind the SBMA and the defined benefit program are two separate programs. They don't impact one another. And because on the defined benefit program, our members, the retired members, get a 2% simple increase every year, no matter what the inflation is. So from a funding perspective, we don't necessarily have to worry about high inflation on the defined benefit program. Now, it could have implications if it disturbs financial markets, but it could be good as well if it leads into a higher payroll, which means more contributions. High inflation is something we have to worry about on the SBMA program, and we've included some information in item number 10. We've got a sensitivity analysis in there. And then that one, what I will say is we're going to keep the board updated every year on inflation and what it means to the SBMA. So you can expect to see, if you're worried about, are you keeping an eye on it? Yes, we are. And we're going to keep providing you information as necessary on an annual basis.
Great. No one else is in the queue? Any other questions? Mr. Reed, I thought you had one closing comment you wanted to make.
So one closing comment. John Stanton, who you've already heard from, Joycelyn, was also a close consultant with us. So we help administrate a plan called the Internal Revenue Code, IRC 415, which is a statute that actually limits the amount of benefits that can be paid from the defined benefit plan. And so it's highly paid members, long service members, and it puts a limit on the amount that can be paid from the defined benefit plan. In the private sector, when you hit that limit, that's all you get from the defined benefit plan. In our plan, when you hit that limit, we also have another plan called the Replacement Benefit Program that will pay you the excess of that, so that members actually get what our defined benefit formula says they should get. But it's very complex legally and to administer, and some of the rules are not all that clear. John Stanton has been our consultant for that since I've been here and forever. He helped set up the rules for the cash balance plan. He helped write some of these rules for 415 back in like 1981. So he's probably the foremost expert on 415 among attorneys in the country. And it's been a blessing to have his consulting and his guidance on that. So I just want to thank him personally and just wish him the best going into the future. And with that, I'll turn it back over to the chair. Thank you.
Appreciate your acknowledgement of Mr. Stanton's work, especially around that complex issue. Thank you both for your presentation.
Thanks.
Item 8, information item, the Pension Solution Project update. We have Ashish and Bill Perez. Graham, allotted up to 20 minutes for your presentation, which would include questions and any comments. So turn it over to both of you and to Graham.
Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Ashish Jain, Chief Technology Officer and co-sponsor of the Pension Solution Project along with Bill. Before I will give you a quick update, and Bill will be providing a little bit more, I would like to recognize in the audience, we have a Sagitech co-founder, Bala Venkat, along with the senior manager. It just shows the commitment to Sagitech is providing to the project. I really appreciate that one, Bala. And we provide you a quick update about the interim project director, Mary Winkley. Just give you, I know I talked to a few of you, you all know her. She has a terrific 30+ year experience. Unfortunately, she can't make it today. She's under the weather, but we'll introduce you in later. She has a 30+ year experience in IT, leading complex project, policies to the procurement, to the implementation. We're very happy to have it here, and she's guiding the team, leading the team, and working along with our oversight vendor and Sagitech. So before we go, so we thought that today's quick update, we'll talk about the function rollout status, because I think there are quite a few new board members, and then we will just give you what is the critical functions in each rollout. And then we'll talk about the current achievement and activities underway and the next steps. So as you see, we have in this project 3 rollouts. The first is we call soft launch, FR1. This is in the pre-production. Employer is providing the enrollment and contribution data files to us in the new file format. I want to give the kudos to the team. There's a lot of back and forth with the employers, a lot of training. The webinar is happening, and team is doing a terrific job. The second is the meat of the system, where day-to-day operation, the pension administration work is happening. And then as you see, this is our core functionality, touching the death claims, benefit claims, service retirement. So we are hoping in this interim period with Sagitech, we'll have close to the finish line in this FR2. And then FR3 is our member facing. As you know, we will be putting a lot of enhanced self-service online capabilities. We're providing annual progress reports as well as some financial reporting. So that one design is complete, and very little testing is done so far. So I'll just turn it to Bill.
Thank you, Ashish. Bill Perez, Chief Benefits Officer. So to highlight some of the work that we're doing during the interim service period, one of the things that we first started to do was to prioritize the work that we'd be focusing on over the next 8 months. That included looking at the work streams that were delineated in the statement of work and organizing them along the lines of key business functions for development and testing. We are working towards a finalized schedule for the remainder of the interim service period, focused on establishing quarterly milestones and measures for being able to compare our progress. Currently, we're looking towards starting of the reporting as of middle of this month. We started collecting data. So by the next board meeting, we should have some robust data to report to you in terms of our progress in development. The 5 key areas that we're focusing on over the course of the interim service period involved and began with the knowledge transfer from our system integrator, original system integrator CGI, to CalSTRS and Sagitech staff. Pleased to announce that as of September 30th, that knowledge transfer is complete. It involved 100 separate sessions, all of which were recorded, covering 79 different topics. And the other areas that began almost straight away was a focus on looking at the existing project governance structure and opportunities where we could improve upon it. We have, as Ashish has mentioned, designated an interim project director. However, we are actively recruiting for that position, along with a senior project manager that would assist in our efforts, working as a counterpart with the new system integrator that we will identify along with Sagitech. We also looked at 19 separate work streams for purposes of identifying root cause and potential project improvements. We've collaborated with Sagitech to put in place a software development lifecycle and several identified opportunity areas to enhance how we work through defect resolution. In addition to that, we have initiated the project assessment. We hope that our external consultant, Weaver Consulting, will be providing us with that towards the end of November. One of the components of that will be to help us delineate what is included in the RFP, and also looking at how we can align the original design specifications towards those key business functions that we've identified. We are putting those in three separate tracks that we will be working through during the remainder of the 8 months of the interim service period. Finally, with regard to procurement, we are currently looking at a target date of December 7th for finalizing the data from the RFI. We put the RFI out 1 week ahead of schedule, just before the end of October. And we hope to glean data from that during December with a goal of putting forth the RFP in the first quarter of 2023, albeit that is arguably an aggressive goal, but it is our intent to put that forth in the first quarter to identify a new system integrator by June of 2023. The other component that is also worth mentioning is that with regard to the final procurement components, we will have a backup, if you will, in the event that we don't hit our first quarter RFP target. So those are all of the prepared statements that I had. I know that Graham Finley has some comments for us also on the status of the project.
Good afternoon, everyone. I think I have a couple of slides, but I can get started. So again, good afternoon, everyone. Graham Finley with Guidehouse, here to present our regular oversight assessment. Okay, great, thank you. I think, as you're aware, we've reoriented our reporting to you around the various work streams that Bill just talked about. The other thing we did for this month's item was change the presentation a little bit to try and be a little bit more visual, I guess I would say, and really color our assessments around a couple of key measures by work stream, and the two various dimensions we're looking at are schedule progress and then what we're calling progress to value, which is really a measure of how the work stream is moving towards achieving its ultimate aim. And as Bill has already said, the knowledge transfer work stream is completed successfully ahead of schedule. The real value from that now goes into the interim service period, which is now underway, and it's leveraging those activities from knowledge transfer as the interim service period moves forward. The key activity, I guess the most important activity in workstream that we feel is currently going on is the future procurement, and it's one where we continue to have confidence about both the strategy and the activities that CalSTRS is putting forward to develop the RFI, develop the RFP. I do want to maybe even emphasize what Bill said about the schedule. It is a pretty aggressive schedule to try and get an RFP out by the spring. And even if CalSTRS hits that deadline, and people working really hard to try and hit that, there's a lot to be done post-RFP issuance to get to the point of a transition to new vendor, because it's not just the process of issuing the RFP and then receiving them and effectively picking a winner. You've then got contract negotiation, signing the contract, and then onboarding and transition to have a clean transition from the integration service period. That's a lot. So I don't want the board to be too surprised if sometime after the holidays, the project may come back to you sort of advising of some kind of project schedule refinement, because that's an awful lot to try and pack into 8 months. The two work streams that I consider to be still a little bit in the sausage-making phase are the health assessment and the project improvements area. As Bill mentioned, some of the project improvements are already being leveraged in the interim service period work that Sagitech is doing. A lot of the others, though, and the ones that we're probably most interested in, are those that will inform the future procurement in terms of making a cleaner RFP or just generally the solicitation process going more effectively. And the same thing for the health assessment. We're looking forward to digging into the results from that over the course of November. And our focus around that is going to be, what is it telling us about how the RFP should be structured, the content of that, and how to conduct the procurement for the future implementation vendor. On a macro level, the key risks we were looking at across all of the work streams were the vacancies in the project director and senior project manager roles, which has already been mentioned. I'll just say the interim project director that CalSTRS has brought on board, I've also known that person for over a decade. She actually used to be my client a number of years ago. So I have a lot of confidence in her. And so I think she's a good person to act in an interim role while a permanent role is being filled. So with that, I'll stop and take any questions.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Finley. Any questions for the staff or our project oversight consultant? Okay. I don't see any now, but I suspect there might be questions that individual board members may have that they will submit electronically. If you receive those, would you ensure that the responses to those questions go to the entire board? Okay. Okay. Thank you very much.
Before I just go, Betty, I know everybody say about you, when Betty returns, kind of. I really appreciate, I think, the team, the project team, whatever support you gave, the leadership, your thoughtful question, you stretch us, ask all those questions all over the years. We really miss you. Thank you.
Thank you, Bill. Thank you, Graham. Is Julie in the room? Julie, are you ready with that slide that we're going to take action on? This goes back to item 4. This is the slide that we asked for. It's the team, the other members who are going to present. Yeah, please, you guys can get started.
Okay, good afternoon. Sorry for the small type on this, but we didn't have time to kind of enlarge everything. But so what we've done is we've presented 3 slides here. This is kind of a hypothetical. If 16.5 million of project fund bonding amount was issued back on April 21st, using interest rates as of April 1st. So in that scenario, we did still assume that occupancy would still be late March of 23. So interest was capitalized on that issue through the August 1st, 23 payment, which adds $936,000 to the issuance amount. So the total uses are just under 18 million. So in this case, the all-in cost is a 366. But against borrowing from the fund at 7%, the net savings are 3.77 million. The next slide shows what we discussed earlier, which is issuing under current market conditions, closing December 21st, 2022. You would not need to issue for capitalized interest for this from the bond proceeds, your borrowing cost is a 4.8 all in, and the NPV savings against the plan loan would be 3.2 million. So the difference between now and an earlier April issuance is about $500,000, 3.77 versus 3.2. Any questions on that?
No, I'm very happy.
Okay.
Look at her face. You're like, such a nerd kid.
A March 31st occupancy.
They're both, yes, they both do.
And so could you maybe address the variance if occupancy doesn't occur on that particular date? What would happen?
Well, if we assume that the August 1st, 23 payments are pre-funded, as is the plan, we'd be fine. If occupancy date drifts beyond August 1st, then there would be a challenge.
August 1st.
23, right.
Any other questions? Anything else you want to address on their slides?
Number.
There is a third slide that's just a summary of the board request, and it's two of the items that were requested for change are highlighted in red there. The true interest cost increase from 525 to 575, and then the annual payment not to exceed from 1.3 million to 1.4 million. Sorry, Julie, maybe you wanted to speak to that.
That's okay, no. So just to sum everything up.
Please.
What we're asking you to do today is to authorize us to issue the bonds. You're delegating authority to the CEO, who then can delegate it to her designee. And we have to issue the bonds under certain parameters, and that's what's in the resolution, as revised for those two items that are up on the board. In addition, in the resolution, by your approval today, included in that is that additional 13 million that we will deposit for that August 1st payment for both bond issuances. So that's what you'll be approving.
See that, make note of it, that we'd like to have that posted appropriately. If it's permissible, that it be posted at an appropriate place. Are there any other questions or comments or clarification that any board members need on this? Okay, seeing none, there is a resolution in the item, and we'd entertain a motion to.
I move to adopt.
The resolution? Okay, it's been
As
moved by.
revised?
As revised. Thank you.
For the change, yes.
Thank you.
It's been moved by Mr. Prezant to approve the resolution as adopted, seconded, as amended. Thank you, Bill. As amended, and it's been seconded by Mr. Gunning. Is there any further discussion? Are there any further questions? Seeing none, Ms. Bell, this, I believe, does need to be a roll call.
All right, Controller Yee. Okay. Mr. Thurman,
Aye.
Mr. Prezant,
Aye.
Ms. Yamamoto,
Aye.
Mr. Tang,
Aye.
Ms. Hendricks,
Aye.
Ms. Bradford,
Aye.
Ms. Erden,
Aye.
Mr. Gunning,
Aye.
Mr. Rufino,
Yes.
Ms. Miller, sorry.
Aye.
Great, and Chairman, would you like to vote?
Aye.
Great, thanks.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
We are at the consent agenda, information items number 9 and 10. Does anyone have a pull for 9 or 10? Without objection, the consent items 9 and 10 have been approved. Consent agenda action 11A through 11D. Any pulls? Yes, Ms.
I have some statements to read into the record on 11A. Do you want to?
Please do. Yes.
Okay, so from the Board Governance Committee, The Board Governance Committee moves the adoption of the updated strategic planning policy in the Board Governance Manual. Let's see. And then, sorry, I read those out of order. From the Audits and Risk Management Committee, the Audits and Risk Management Committee moves the adoption of 3 items. First, the independent auditor's report on the CalSTRS basic financial statements for the fiscal year ending in June 30th, 2022. Second, the independent auditor's report on the CalSTRS other pension information for fiscal year ending June 30th, 2022. And last, the 2023 audit plan.
Anything else, Ms. Bell?
No.
Okay, thank
That's
you very much. So with those notes read into the record, the consent items 11A through 11D are before us for approval. Any questions, any polls? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
It's opposed? Okay, the consent item has been approved. Brian?
I just want to clarify, and I apologize, my ears are full, but did you say 11A through 11D? Or do you mean 11A through 11F?
I only have 11A through 11D in front of me.
Okay.
Oh, excuse. All right, so there's 11E and F?
E and F.
Okay. Any polls on 11E or F?
Yeah.
Seeing none, those are approved. Thank you.
Thanks.
My documents have 11A through D. Okay.
That's all right, mine too.
So information item, item 12, items referred to the committee for board decisions. Do we have any?
There were no items referred to under item 12.
Thank you. Item 13, any information requests?
You requested that a letter for Joseph Staton, John Staton, excuse me, be written from the CalSTRS board recognizing his years of service. And then other than that, I did not get that you had information requests.
I think so.
I-
Okay. Thank you for that,
Okay.
Rosalind. There's the draft agenda for the next meeting. Cassandra, anything you want to highlight?
No, there's nothing to highlight. Just
Okay, terrific.
regular
Good.
Yeah, it's all highlighted.
Statements of the public. Mr. Goldberg.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just a point of clarification, the 3 pages on item 4, will those be made available to the public or were those just for board members?
No, we've asked that they be made available to the public.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Bless you.
So that brings us to the end of open session. Given the rest of the day that we have in front of us, Ryan, item 20, do you have anything for item 20?
No, I do not.
Okay. Item 18, which is decorum and security protocols. Sandra, do you want to speak to that?
Yeah, this is a.
Oh,
No, yep.
okay, yeah.
Got to clear the room.
We're not going to speak,
Yeah,
we're
we're
speaking about the
speaking-
agenda, we're not speaking to the content of it. Okay.
This is a staff presentation that we can defer to another month for January, if that's for timing.
I think we'll do that. Everyone has seen the slide, sees the slide presentation. You see the issues that we're going to be talking about and addressing and the recommendations that are in it. Given the time of day and the importance of that conversation, we have enough visibility into what we want to talk about at the next meeting. So we're going to defer 18 to the next meeting. And to the staff, we apologize for doing that with the expectation that we're going to present today. But given the time of the day and events that we have going on the rest of the day, I think it would be prudent to do that. So thanks for your flexibility. Appreciate it. So with that, we are going to ask everyone to leave the boardroom with the exception of the board members and the executive staff. Amy McDuffie will stay as well, and we're going to go to the back. Sandra?
The only things that you have for closed session are the board and where we're going to go into the caucus room.
Great, perfect.
Yep.
And we're going to go to the caucus room, just the
Take
board
care,
members.
everyone.